of the proceedings is provided by the United Nations for the purpose of facilitating communication in light of the fact that there are 6 official languages of the United Nations, 4 of which are used at ESCAP. Participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and/or data loss. Thank you for your attention to these matters. May I now draw your attention to an opening video that has been prepared for this forum.
In 2014, the very first Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development was held in Pattaya, Thailand, with a view to chart the way for an ambitious post-2015 development agenda. In 2015, all United Nations member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals. And since then, the APFSD has become a central platform for supporting the follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda at the regional level. The APFSD is an inclusive and participatory space which acts as a driver of South-South cooperation and knowledge sharing to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The forum brings together governments, UN agencies, civil society, the private sector, youth, and other stakeholders across all levels to share policy solutions, good practices, and challenges in SDG implementation within the Asia-Pacific region. At the midway point of the 2030 Agenda, how have countries progressed towards the SDGs in the Asia-Pacific region? Currently, the Asia-Pacific region is not on track to meet any of the Sustainable Development Goals. Worryingly, progress towards some of the goals is regressing, especially within countries in special situations. At the current pace, the Asia-Pacific region will not meet its goals until 2065 unless innovative efforts are amplified. Despite these challenges, the region has made significant progress in some areas. From renewable energy projects to waste management initiatives, the region has taken great strides towards a more sustainable future. SDG action has taken place at the local level, the national level, and regional level. These successes are made possible through inclusive participation, innovative solutions, and accelerated actions. The progress towards a sustainable future continues here at the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The Asia-Pacific region is presented with unique opportunities in achieving the SDGs. So let's come together as leaders of governments, businesses, civil society, and communities to build a sustainable future for all and work together to turn the vision of the SDGs into a reality. The future we need. The future we deserve. Participate, accelerate, innovate.
I'm pleased to now turn the proceedings over to Mr. Kaveh Zahidi, Deputy Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to conduct the opening ceremony.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the landmark 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. To get us underway, it is my great pleasure to invite Ms. Armida Salcia Alistihbana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her opening remarks.
His Excellency Don Pramud Vinay, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Royal Thai Government, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to warmly welcome you to the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. In many ways, this is a watershed year for our collective journey towards sustainable development. Since its inaugural session in 2014, the APFSD has become our region's most inclusive forum for discussing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs. Every year, government, civil society, the private sector, and academia gather to compare notes, review progress, and lead the way in implementing the 17 goals. This year's forum is at the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda. We have the opportunity not only to take a long, hard look at our progress towards the SDGs, but also to assess whether this progress matches with the ambition countries set for themselves for a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia-Pacific region. The assessment that ESCAP has undertaken to support the discussion that will be presented in the course of this meeting make for uncomfortable reading. At the current rate of progress, we are decades away from achieving any of the goals. In some of the most critical areas, such as climate action, we are actually going backwards or regressing, leaving communities and economies constantly under threat. It is no wonder that the Secretary General has spoken about rescuing the SDGs. Without a steep change in our region, the slim chances of achieving the SDGs will simply evaporate. This view of the SDGs does come at a time of compounding crisis. Never have development goals been at such constant risk of being swept away by unprecedented storms, prolonged droughts, fast-spreading epidemics, or looming food, finance, and energy crisis. The lack of progress on the SDGs is not caused by the pandemic or the recent crisis. It is the lack of progress on the SDGs that left us with punishing consequences of a riskier world. To emerge from these depths, we simply have to go to where it all started, protecting our people, especially those furthest behind, ensuring gender equality, shock-proofing our economies, and preserving our planet. These all lie at the very core of the 2030 Agenda. Nevertheless, governments have shown that transformations, sometimes sweeping changes, guided by the SDGs are possible. Excellencies, distinguished participants, our SDG Progress Report, released last week, captured some heartening examples of policies and initiatives by countries from around the region. In fact, it is the case that many countries that started the furthest behind, having been making the most progress relative to everyone else. This should inspire in us hope for accelerating our march towards a sustainable future for all. Across the voluntary national reviews, or the so-called VNRs, that will be showcased this week, we see several innovative solutions for overcoming some of the most stubborn challenges of our region, from reducing inequality to building resilience and reversing environmental damage. They show the leadership we need to navigate in this time of turbulence. Our SDG partnership report with UNDP and ADB points to clear solutions for confronting the multiple crises and regaining ground on the SDGs, from transforming agriculture towards climate resilience to accelerating a just energy transition and increasing the fiscal space and public investment towards the SDGs. High-impact initiatives also exist around the region to deliver on the SDGs together, some of them rooted in our intergovernmental processes. They are those that help green energy to be connected across our region, to return clean air and blue skies to our cities and people, to accelerate business transitions to the economy of tomorrow, and to promote disability-inclusive development, to name just a few. In tandem with the regional UN development system and resident coordinators, we are also bringing some of the global outcomes from the Transforming Education Summit and the Food System Summit to the region and finding a way to embed them into national plans and strategies. Identifying such game-changing solutions must be the absolute focus of our discussions this week, and we hope to amplify them as world leaders gather at the high-level political forum for sustainable development and at the SDG Summit in September of this year. Excellencies, distinguished participants, our countries and people are not new to crisis. If there is a lesson learned from past dangers, it is that there is so much we can achieve if we work together. I'm delighted to see so many people attending in person again after far too long. While challenges are mounting, our region has the innovation, ingenuity, drive, and resolute commitment to deliver a better life and a more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Executive Secretary, for your warm welcoming remarks and, of course, your call for acceleration and partnership. It is now a pleasure to introduce a video by Her Excellency Ms. Lachezara Stoeva, President of the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. May I request the Secretary to please play the video?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as President of the Economic and Social Council, I'm delighted to address this important gathering. I congratulate you on the 10th anniversary of the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Year after year, this forum has provided important analysis and policy recommendations to the high-level political forum on sustainable development. You have brought key challenges and policy advances from Eurasian to the global debate. You have informed the Ministerial Declaration of the High-Level Political Forum. You're meeting in a troubled international environment. Your discussions will be in the heart of today's challenges and their impacts on people's lives, be it through economic disruptions, loss of livelihoods, weak investment in the SDGs, lack of fiscal space, access to food and energy. The mounting climate change impacts will also form the backdrop for your debates. I encourage you to be unfaltering in your assessment of the state of the SDGs in the region. Policymakers need frank data and evidence-based diagnosis of the situation in order to develop impactful policies. But I also encourage you to be guided by the conviction that we can still achieve the SDGs if we adopt bold, transformative policies. Your recommendations will be important in advancing such policies and their understanding based on your national experiences. The scientists who drafted the 2023 Global Sustainable Development Report identified policies that can have maximum impacts across the SDGs. These often focus on areas where the interrelations across the goals are very strong, such as on integrated food or energy systems. We will learn from the voluntary national reviews to be conducted at the high-level political forum. The VNRs have been a success story of the 2030 agenda. In the region, after our July HLPF session, no fewer than 43 countries will have undertaken at least one review. 17 countries have carried out a review once so far. 30 countries did it twice, and three countries, namely Azerbaijan, Indonesia, and the Philippines, have done 3 reviews. These numbers show your country's dedication to realizing the 2030 agenda. Let us build on this tremendous political will to pivot on a track to realize the SDGs. We must embrace transformation, and we must act now with determination, a sense of urgency, and a focus on achieving results by 2030. Thank you.
We would very much like to thank the President of ECOSOC for sharing that message for the APFSD. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my absolute honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, to deliver his special address on behalf of the host government.
Madame Amida, Jabana, this is the first time that I didn't get it very smooth as it used to, but Under-Secretary of the United Nations and the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Mr. Lee Junhua, Under-Secretary of Economic and Social Affairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I think this is because of my glass. I should have to take it off. Distinguished delegates, and good morning, and my warmest welcome to all participants, both in person and online. And online with a greeting from Bangkok to this year Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, APSDF. In Krung Thep Mahanakhon, that is in Thai for Bangkok, which I believe that you know its meaning is the city of angels, the city of angels. You are now in the city of angels. It's my great pleasure to be attending this year APFSD in person for the first time after the pandemic. We meet this year at a halfway point in our collective ambition to achieve the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. Yet, as remarked by UN Secretary General Guterres at the high-level political forum, RPF, on SDGs in July last year, our world is in deep trouble, and so are the Sustainable Development Goals. As 1.6 billion people in some 94 countries are facing a perfect storm of food, energy, as well as financial access crisis. If you want the SDGs to be reality, he said, end the senseless, disastrous war now, he declared. And if I may echo the sense reached at the same meeting, there can be no sustainable development without peace, and no peace without sustainable development. In our region, here in Asia Pacific, there are at least 3 security hotspots: the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, and Myanmar. Let us try collectively with all our might to protect and preserve peace at home by redoubling our conscious effort in finding nonviolent means to settle political differences, so the targets of the 2030 Agenda may not be derailed. With the clock ticking towards 2030, our discussion this year's APFSD are crucial. It shall provide a regional perspective as to how the global community could accelerate post-pandemic recovery to rescue and reinvigorate the momentum for SDGs attainment against the dire backdrop of cascading and intersecting crises. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, last year was the first time in decades that the global poverty rate has increased and millions have been pushed back into extreme poverty. Sustainable development needs to be both balanced and inclusive. Transformative mindsets and actions by all of us are urgently needed if we are to fulfill the Sustainable Development Promise of leaving no one behind. Thailand has long applied our homegrown sufficiency economy principle, or SEP, to achieve SDGs. Out of the SEP grew our current national agenda of Bio-Circular Green Economic Model, or BCG, as a mechanism to achieve a more balanced, resilient, and inclusive economic growth while conserving the environment and ecosystems. The BCG has been embraced by APEC leaders as reflected by the APEC 2022 Bangkok goals. It seeks to strike a healthy balance in the relationship between man and man, man and environment, and man and technology. We will continue to share our approach with all the interested parties. Thailand continues to advocate for the Universal Health Coverage, or UHC, as a foundation for social protection for all. We support the reform of the global health architecture through the development of a new pandemic treaty and the targeted amendments of the international health regulations under the World Health Organization. Digital technology and innovation must be leveraged to enhance opportunities. Inclusive and equitable access to digital technology will help empower people and achieving sustainable development. At the same time, misinformation and cyber crimes needs to be effectively addressed to protect the exploitation of the most vulnerable. Strengthened coordination and partnership among all stakeholders are also a key for the accelerated recovery and sustainable development. Such partnership can be between public and private sectors, civil society, academia, and especially among youth as they struggle to create their better future. Close cooperation between the UN and regional and sub-regional organizations such as ASEAN should be further promoted. As the ASEAN coordinator with the National UN on Sustainable Development, Thailand is committed to promoting complementarities between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the 2030 SDGs agenda. Now, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the SDGs matter because they are about human dignity, peace, and prosperity, not only for the people, but also for the planet. Not only for now, but ultimately for the future. They are the key to survivability of the world and its inhabitants. It's about all of us collectively and inseparably. At this halfway point, we must therefore accelerate our joint efforts to preserve and promote the pathways reaching the 17 goals of sustainable development within 2030. Just as the great mathematician Archimedes once declared in his explanation of lever, that's a mechanical theorem words, lever, give me a place where I can stand, and I shall move the world. If we, the people of the world, was given a place to stand in dignity and in peace, they can and shall move the world to a better place than where it is today. Thank you, and please enjoy your stay here in Bangkok and your meeting in ESCAP here today too. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your insightful remarks, for the reminder of why SDGs matter, and of course for your very long-standing support to APFSD. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce a video message from His Excellency Mr. Edouard Fritsch, the President of French Polynesia. If I could request Secretariat colleagues to please play the video.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, chers amis, bonjour et Yorana. C'est un honneur pour moi de m'adresser à vous afin de vous présenter le premier rapport de mise en œuvre des objectifs de développement durable de la Polynésie française élaboré en 2021. Pour notre premier rapport ODD, nous avons fait le choix d'organiser la collecte et l'analyse des données statistiques sectorielles déjà présentes dans nos administrations et de les présenter de manière globale avant d'envisager une intégration concrète des ODD dans nos politiques publiques. Membres du Forum des îles du Pacifique, nous avons fait le choix de nous aligner sur 106 cibles et 132 indicateurs retenus par le Forum. Une base de données ODD a été créée, structurée puis analysée pour dégager les informations nécessaires à la rédaction du rapport. Nous avons organisé la présentation en 4 piliers: les personnes, la prospérité, la planète et enfin la paix et les partenariats. Sur le pilier personnes, notre alimentation et notre nutrition constituent 23% des dépenses des ménages et dépendent fortement de l'industrie agroalimentaire internationale. C'est pourquoi 812 millions de dollars sont dédiés à notre schéma directeur Agriculture 2021-2030. Pour ce qui est de la santé et du bien-être, l'espérance de vie des Polynésiens augmente et la mortalité liée aux maladies infectieuses diminue. Concernant la consommation durable, 51% des déchets sont recyclés et une loi de pays interdit les sacs plastiques à usage unique. Sur le pilier prospérité maintenant, la Polynésie française enregistrait un revenu médian par ménage de 1 760 $ en 2018. Pour ce qui concerne la connectivité, l'île de Tahiti est connectée à Internet depuis 1990 et ce par voie satellitaire, et l'ensemble du pays se raccorde progressivement aujourd'hui au réseau global grâce aux câbles sous-marins Honotua, Manatua et Natitua. Sur le pilier planète, concernant l'eau et l'assainissement, 90% de la population a accès à l'eau courante, 62% à l'eau potable et 92% à un système d'assainissement des eaux usées. C'est pourquoi nous dédions un budget de 165 millions de dollars à notre stratégie de l'eau 2021-2030. Quant à l'énergie, 29% de notre production d'énergie est renouvelable. Nous œuvrons à augmenter cette part grâce à des projets structurants dont l'hydroélectricité, l'énergie solaire et l'air conditionné par l'eau de mer, par le SWAC. Pour consommer de manière responsable et durable, nous tendons vers une économie basée sur une réduction de l'empreinte carbone. Par exemple, nous remplaçons progressivement notre flotte de bus constituée de 240 vers des bus électriques. Concernant notre espace maritime, qui s'étend sur 5 millions de kilomètres carrés, 9% de notre mer territoriale et 21,5% de notre zone lagonaire sont classés en aire marine protégée. De plus, la Polynésie française s'est engagée lors du One Planet Summit de Brest en 2022 à créer une aire marine protégée, Rahui Nui, qui s'étendra sur 500 000 km². Maintenant, sur le pilier paix et partenariat, nous progressons dans l'autonomisation des femmes. Celles-ci, en Polynésie, occupent 53% des sièges à l'Assemblée de la Polynésie française et 42% des postes de direction dans l'administration. Pour ce qui concerne les institutions, notre administration réforme ses relations avec les citoyens et les entreprises par le biais de la digitalisation, et le but étant de maintenir le lien avec les citoyens et surtout de les servir efficacement. Enfin, la Polynésie française a établi de nombreux partenariats pour la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable, notamment avec la France via l'Agence française de développement, avec l'Union européenne, avec ses communes, la société civile et avec des organisations régionales comme le Forum des îles du Pacifique et la Communauté du Pacifique. Bien qu'un certain nombre de données restent indisponibles pour de nombreux indicateurs, la Polynésie française a pu suivre 40 cibles en 2021 et en a atteint 11. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, chers amis, le chemin est encore long et l'amélioration de notre suivi statistique reste à poursuivre afin de mieux mesurer nos performances et le service rendu à nos populations. Je reviendrai devant vous dans un avenir proche pour faire part des progrès accomplis dans la mise en œuvre et dans le suivi des ODD. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
We would very much like to thank His Excellency the President for the video message, the Pacific Voice here for our opening. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce another video message for the APFSD from Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. If I could ask Secretariat colleagues to run that, please.
His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, Ms. Armida Salisa Ajisabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address the 10th Asia-Pacific Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. You are meeting at a crucial moment. We have reached the halfway point of the 2030 Agenda. The data reveals a story that vulnerable people across the world know only too well. We are badly off track. There is reason for alarm, but I would like to emphasize that there is also reason for hope. Delivering on the promise of the SDGs is possible, and it is essential. And this can be the year when the world comes together to embrace the changes needed to transform our world by 2030. Excellencies, SDG progress is stalled or in many cases reverse. Human development has gone backwards for 2 consecutive years. Millions of people have been pushed into extreme poverty, and the triple planetary crisis is accelerating. And conflict, displacement, and hunger have surged. In the Asia-Pacific region, the cost of living crisis has deprived 400 million people of safe and nutritious food. Climate-related catastrophes, coupled with biodiversity loss and pollution, are taking lives and causing immense hardship and suffering. Food and energy prices have left governments struggling to protect their people. Fiscal space is constrained, borrowing costs are sky high and rising, debt burdens are unsustainable. But there is an alternative path. The 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals outline a shared roadmap for the world. The SDGs are our collective vision for a prosperous future. We reconvene in September this year with an opportunity to double down on this commitment and reaffirm our dedication to leaving no one behind. To make the SDGs a reality, we need action on several fronts. First, we need a strong national effort to drive transformation. With ambitious plans to reduce poverty and inequality and decisive action in specific areas that can unlock progress at speed and scale. That means transforming education systems, expanding social protection systems, prioritizing gender equality, and equipping the labor force with the skills to excel in the economy of the future. It means preparing for digital transformation. It means taking meaningful action on climate and on terrestrial and marine biodiversity through a combination of measures that include nature-based solutions. I welcome the adoption of the Asia-Pacific Regional Action Programme on air pollution, the first such agreement in the region. But I'm also hopeful for the just energy transition partnerships in Indonesia and Vietnam. Second, governments alone cannot achieve the SDGs. The private sector, local authorities, and other key stakeholders must set out clear and verifiable commitments to drive SDG transformation. International support and multi-stakeholder partnerships can also play a key role. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this 10th Asia-Pacific Regional Forum comes at a make-or-break moment for the SDGs. 1.9 billion people in the region still lack access to safely managed drinking water and sanitation services. But the exceptional development in electricity access in South and Southwest Asia gives me hope. I believe the region can achieve similar results to grant safe water access and sanitation to all. The Asia-Pacific region is also rapidly becoming more urbanized. Governments must plan for sustainable urban areas in line with the new urban agenda, by guiding local action for impactful decision-making and protecting the most vulnerable communities. The future of shared development ambition hangs in the balance. Proceedings at this regional forum will have a great bearing on the outcome. As we build up to the SDG Summit in September, we need the voice of Asia-Pacific region to ring loud and clear. We need you to discuss solutions, to exchange ideas, ask tough questions, build new partnerships, shake things up, and forge new pathways that will deliver the ambition we so desperately need. I count on the resolve of this forum to lay a strong foundation for the SDG Summit and give the Asia-Pacific region a clear, powerful voice in driving forward a prosperous world built on the foundations of inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you.
We thank the Deputy Secretary General for her inspiring video message. Next, it is my great pleasure to invite Mr. Lee Junhua, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to deliver his address.
Distinguished Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, dear participants, I'm pleased to address the opening, the 10th of Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, and congratulations to you all for 10th anniversary. From the Central Asian republics to the west, to the Pacific Islands in the east, Asia-Pacific is the most expansive and prosperous region of the world, representing a diverse group of countries, each with a unique setting. The Asia-Pacific region is a home to many the great breakthroughs and milestones that have marked global development progress. What happens in this vast region in coming years is critical to the global implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our collective efforts to achieve the SDGs have been challenged by today's global cascading crisis. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been further compounded by the conflict-driven crisis in food, energy, and financing, and the ongoing climate catastrophe. The Asia-Pacific region is not immune from all those crises. ESCAP's own research has shown that the region's nascent recovery has been uneven across sectors, and that while we need to safeguard and accelerate this recovery, we also need to make it more inclusive. The 2030 Agenda and SDGs, launched since 2015, have given us the blueprint to sustainability and resilience. We must remain committed to that blueprint. To fulfill our commitments, we cannot be doing business as usual. All signs point to this reality. The advanced version of the Global Sustainable Development Report, crafted by the independent group of scientists, will soon be made available to member states. The report makes clear that we can only achieve the SDGs through the interlinked approaches. The report calls for deliberate dynamic interaction between science, business, and government, so that we can accelerate the implementation of the action on the 2030 Agenda. The recently concluded UN Water Conference also called for more effective integrated efforts at the SDG implementation, imploring governments to seek out the policy synergies, address and avoid negative spillovers, whether cross-sectoral or transboundary, and to maintain and to commit the transformative actions. Altogether, over 700 commitments by all stakeholders to advance and accelerate water action emerged from that conference. It is true that the progress has been slowing, but commitments are growing, which will inject more dynamics for the SDG Summit in coming September. We have to take this energy to September, when global leaders gathered at the SDG Summit in New York. The resounding message of the urgency and the hope that filled the General Assembly Hall last week during the Water Conference will be charged as loud as member states reaffirmed their commitments to the 2030 Agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the SDG Summit, a central piece for the whole UN system in 2023, comes at a critical juncture, now at the halfway point of the deadline that we set for to achieve the 2030 Agenda. We have to confess that, we have to recognize that we are far off the track in our implementation. The SDG Summit must be a rallying point to the entire world to turn from the crisis to development by taking ambitious actions needed to realize a more peaceful, inclusive, and a greener future. Resources will need to be scaled up towards the 2030 agenda. That is why the Secretary General is calling on member states to support his SDG stimulus plan. The plan aims to offset the debt distress and the official constraints faced by developing countries, especially the most vulnerable countries, and to revive the global partnerships to accelerate the progress towards the SDGs. And we also need to ensure that the international financial architecture is better aligned with the SDGs and geared towards leaving no one behind. We must be equipped to provide more resources to developing countries for addressing concurrent crises and attracting long-term investment. This will require the fundamental reforms of the global financial architecture. Let's advance the reform together. Like Secretary General, I'm hopeful that the member states will take the opportunity to make the SDG Summit as a pivotal event where the world leaders can deliver political commitments, demonstrate transformative actions, and reinvigorate multilateralism in the spirit of global solidarity. The 10th Asia-Pacific region on sustainable development is the key platform for driving action forward. I'm confident that the members of the ESCAP will help lead in making the SDG Summit a breakthrough moment to build a better world. I wish you all a successful and productive summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Under-Secretary General Lee, for your inspiring words and for helping to forge such strong links between the regional and global platforms and processes. After these remarks, our next speaker is invited to present key messages from the Asia-Pacific People's Forum that preceded the APFSD. And I'm very pleased to invite Kai Ra Kabaron, representative from the Asia-Pacific People's Forum, to deliver their statement. Please.
Magandang araw. I'm Kai from Kadamay, an alliance of the urban poor in the Philippines. Jeepneys are a product of the Filipinos' ingenuity, as we scavenged through what was left of the Second World War. We were upcycling even before it was a thing. It is also a symbol of Filipino resilience, as it created a mode of public transportation and a source of livelihood. Since then, jeepneys have provided affordable and accessible transportation for millions of Filipinos. When COVID-19 hit and restrictions on mobility were imposed, many jeepney drivers lost their livelihood, forcing them to beg for money on the streets and live in their jeepneys because they couldn't afford rent. Meanwhile, the richest 1% have amassed even greater wealth despite the pandemic. As we recover from this health crisis, jeepney drivers and operators are having just enough to get by every day. The pandemic led to decreasing job opportunities and massive shifts into informal work. Amid all this, plans to phase out jeepneys in the guise of modernization and combating climate change have gone underway. This endangers the livelihood of thousands of poor jeepney drivers and operators. In reality, the move is meant to consolidate the transport sector under large private corporations. Halfway through the 2030 agenda, we are still very far from our goals, as the systemic barrier of giving priority to profit over people's rights and welfare is still at play. This exemplifies the lived experiences of the people of the Global South. Neoliberal policies facilitate the corporate capture of basic social services and infrastructure. Alarmingly, when people oppose these policies, many are silenced, harassed, imprisoned due to trump-up charges, or worse, killed. How can we accelerate towards development if its drivers are left behind? If we want to accelerate development, we must adopt pro-people and pro-planet policies instead of pro-corporation interests. This is at the core of the development justice. The state, as a duty bearers, must step up to provide adequate quality and accessible social services, such as public health, education, water, and infrastructures, without surrendering their duties to private interests for profit. Climate actions should genuinely address the climate crisis, upholding just and equitable transition. If we want to accelerate development, we must ask, who are the real drivers of development? The marginalized communities, the urban poor, workers, farmers, fisher folks, indigenous peoples, women and LGBTQ+, the youth, are the ones who continue forward actions and alternatives that accelerate effort to achieve genuine transformative changes. Include the people not only as beneficiaries, but as drivers of development by fostering meaningful and inclusive people's participation at all levels. Earlier this month, the jeepney drivers staged a transportation strike. What started as a sectoral campaign evolved into a people's campaign because of the strong support of the people against the corporate capture of public transportation. Our collective action resulted in the policy being put under review. We talk about hope amidst the regression in most of the target milestones of the SDGs, and rightly so. Hope lies in the collective struggles of the people for genuine development. The transport strike and every people's movement should remind us that there is power in collective action. It's time for us to harness this power to make the change for a better future. For as long as there is injustice, inequality, and exclusion, these halls and the streets will continue to hear the people's demand for development justice. Change the system, shift the power, and power to the people.
Thank you very much, Kai, for your intervention and for bringing the messages from the very vibrant People's Forum to us here at the APFSD. Next, I have the great pleasure of inviting Ms. Prim Rajasurang Wongrasamkol, representative from the APFSD Youth Forum, to deliver her intervention, please.
Good morning to all excellencies, distinguished delegates, speakers, and participants across Asia and the Pacific. I would like to thank the UN ESCAP for giving me this opportunity to represent the young people. Now we know that meaningful and inclusive youth participation is important to accelerate the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and implementation of SDG in all levels. My name is Prim Rajasarang Wongkrasamukun. I am representing the young people from the APFSD Youth Forum, which was co-convened last week by AERO, Youth Lead, YPR Asia Pacific, Youth and Children Major Group to UNEP, with support for APRSM, and the forum successfully engaged 400 youth from 36 countries across the region, representing young people in all their diversities, including indigenous people, marginalized people, people with disabilities, students, entrepreneurs, advocates in the region. We, the young people, are making this unanimous call for action, call for meaningful improvement, inclusion, participation, leadership at all levels of the decision-making, planning, implementation, follow-up, and review of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As the region is falling behind due to the severe impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and other multiple intersecting crises, we need help. and we demand investment in youth-led by providing funding, technical support, and resources to help us scale up and expand our impact. Give us the gift of the better world, a world with peace in people and the planet. We call for implementation of policies that promote equal access to education, including comprehensive sexuality education, climate and sustainable development education. Give us the opportunities, resources, and platforms for meaningful engagement and participation to foster leadership, innovation, and critical thinking skills. We demand for safely managed water and sanitation system, school infrastructures, access to gainful employment, implement the social protection programs for the most vulnerable population by poverty and inequality, create more green jobs, more renewable energy, which leads to resilient economy. Innovation and technology show us the way to revolutionize and bring us back on track of the SDG. We demand for a greater inclusion of young people, women and girls in STEM education and careers. Technology has enabled us access and education for the most marginalized, and it will transform our lives. We call for youth-led friendly, sustainable sexual reproductive health services and information. No more child abuse, no more gender-based violence. That silent tears hold the loudest pain. We are the agent of change. Partner and stakeholder must engage youth participation and organization to protect the environmental human rights defenders and youth activists. Youth, we are the game changer. We change the world, we take action, and we make impact for an equitable, resilient, and sustainable world. Together with all of us, with young people, we will accelerate our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and with partnership and innovation, we will be back on track with the full implementation of SDG in all levels. This is not a choice, but this is our last chance. Let us make commitment for the start to a meaningful and inclusive youth engagement right here and right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prem, for your inspiring statement and for bringing so much energy and drive and action orientation into our APFSD. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this concludes the opening statements. But before we move to agenda item 1B, where there will be the election of officers to the Bureau, we would like to invite all heads of delegation to come to the front and join the speakers for a group photo, which is going to be taken right here in ESCAP Hall. The distinguished speakers are going to be escorted down as well. And after this, the secretary of the forum will join the rostrum and will help us conduct the election of the Bureau. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I would now like to move to agenda item 1B, the election of officers to the Bureau. The Bureau will comprise a chair and several vice chairs, and I would like to invite nominations from the floor, please. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Mongolia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My delegation has the honor in proposing the following delegates to serve on the Bureau for the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. As the chair, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Aslam, Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure of Maldives, and as a vice chairs, His Excellency Mr. Min Bahadur Shrestha, Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, His Excellency Mr. Fidelis Leite Miguelhais, Minister of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers of Timor-Leste, His Excellency Mr. Pagnatun Teng, Delegate of the Royal Government of Cambodia in charge of Director General of Planning of Cambodia, and His Excellency Mr. Shehan Asanka Shimasenka, State Minister of Finance, Economic Stabilization and National Policies of Sri Lanka. My delegation is confident that the distinguished delegates who have been nominated would discharge their duties efficiently and effectively for the successful deliberations of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegate of Mongolia. The distinguished delegate of Mongolia has nominated His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Aslam, Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure of Maldives, as chair for the 10th APFSD. He also nominated His Excellency Mr. Min Bahadur Shrestha, Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, His Excellency Mr. Fidelis Leite Magalas, the Minister of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, Timor-Leste, His Excellency Mr. Pagnatun Teng, Delegate of the Royal Government of Cambodia in charge of the Director General of Planning, Cambodia, and His Excellency Mr. Shehan Asanka Semasing, State Minister of Finance, Economic Stabilization and National Policies of Sri Lanka, as Vice Chairs of the 10th APFSD. Would any delegation wish to second the nomination or propose alternative nominations? Okay. Thank you. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Indonesia.
Thank you very much. My delegation has the honor in seconding the nomination which have just been proposed by distinguished delegate of Mongolia for the various bureau position for the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. My delegation has full confidence in the proposed bureau in discharging the duties for a successful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Indonesia. Would any other delegation wish to take the floor? I recognize the distinguished delegate from Japan.
Thank you. Likewise, my delegation has honor in seconding the nominations which have just been proposed by the distinguished delegate of Mongolia for the various bureau positions for the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. My delegation has full confidence in the proposed bureau in discharging the duties for successful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Japan. Would any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none. I thus have the pleasure to formally announce the Bureau of the 10th session of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, and this is comprised of the following. As chair, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Aslam, Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure of Maldives, and as vice chairs, His Excellency Mr. Bin Bahadur Shrestha, Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, His Excellency Mr. Fidelis Leite Magalas, Minister of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers Timor-Leste, His Excellency Mr. Pagnatun Teng, Delegate of the Royal Government of Cambodia in charge of Director General of Planning with ranking of Secretary of State of Phnom Penh, Cambodia, and His Excellency Mr. Sheshan Asanka Samasing, State Minister of Finance, Economic Stabilization and National Policies, Sri Lanka. Please join me in congratulating the officers of the Bureau for their election. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Aslam, Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, Maldives, Chair of the 10th APFSD, to conduct this meeting from this point forward.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. I thank you all for the confidence placed in me and the great honor that you have bestowed on my country and on me. Together with the Honorable Vice Chairs and with the support of the ESCAP Secretariat, I shall endeavor to discharge the responsibilities of serving as chair of to the very best of my abilities. This forum serves not only as a platform to learn from each other's experiences in accelerating the full recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, but more importantly, it is an avenue to take stock of how far we have gone and how far we still need to go in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. As chair of the 10th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, I shall do my best to ensure that the meeting achieves its objectives and produces meaningful outcomes, but will rely on the support of the members of the Bureau and the spirit of cooperation and involvement of all distinguished delegates. With this in mind, I invite you all to contribute actively to the discussions of the coming days as we work together towards advancing the course of sustainable development. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now move to agenda item 1B, adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda for the 10th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development is contained in document ESCAP/RFSD/2023/1 revision 1. Does any delegations have any comments on the agenda? I see none. May I propose to the forum that the provisional agenda as contained in the document ESCAP/ RFSD/2023/1 revision 1 be adopted. The agenda is adopted. On this? You strike on this? Yes. Distinguished delegates, I thank you for adopting the agenda on the 10th APFSD. Before we continue with agenda item 2, I understand that the Secretary of the Forum has some announcements to make. I now invite the Secretary to take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. May I provide some quick reminders for online delegates participants joining us via the e-conferencing platform Zoom? When you want to make an intervention, kindly click on the raise hand icon on the control bar. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, please click join as panelist on the pop-up screen and wait for the system to rejoin automatically. You then would have to click unmute the microphone and turn on video to deliver your intervention. To avoid audio interference before speaking, kindly ensure to select the same listening language as you are speaking. If you speak Chinese, kindly select Chinese as the listening channel. For technical issues related to Zoom, kindly type the issue into the chat so that our technician can assist you. The Secretariat will be monitoring the chat in Zoom. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions to be raised through your delegation are done so by using the raise hand icon only. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. We shall proceed with the next agenda item. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now continue to agenda item 2, accelerating the recovery from the coronavirus disease, pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, and the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and Pacific. Specifically, the session will discuss the theme of delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through energy, food, and finance nexus. The document pertinent to this discussion is delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the energy, food, and finance nexus, ASCAP/RFSD/2023/2. For this session, we are very honored to have the support of Ms. Catherine Haswell, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Maldives, who will moderate the ministerial panel discussion. May I thus invite Ms. Haswell and the distinguished speakers to come to the rostrum and Ms. Haswell to moderate the discussions.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. The extent of the challenge to attain the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 in the Asia-Pacific region is even greater as our region faces the compounding challenges of climate change, conflict, and COVID-19 pandemic. The following Sustainable Development Goals will be reviewed at the 2023 Forum and frame the focus of our discussions. Goal 6 on clean water and sanitation, Goal 7 on affordable and clean energy, Goal 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure, Goal 11 on sustainable cities and communities, and Goal 17 on partnerships for the goals. In this connection, the distinguished panelists of this ministerial session will discuss the challenges and integrated approaches to navigate the dynamics of the energy, food, finance crises, with a focus on embracing innovative processes to implement green and inclusive transitions. Drawing from the highlights of document ESCAP/RFSD/2023/2, the discussion will include national recovery strategies to not only address vulnerabilities within and among countries, but to reclaim the decade of action on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development through policy action in the following areas: strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships across the energy, food, financing nexus, build agile, dynamic institutions to operate effectively in the face of global shocks, invest in and embrace innovation of new technologies, processes, financial models, and approaches to facilitate diversification, and finally, to align and mobilize finance towards the energy and food-related goals. I'm honored this morning to welcome the panel. First, His Excellency Mr. Ahsan Iqbal Chowdhury, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives of Pakistan. His Excellency Abdul Halim Iskandar, Ministry of Village Development of Disadvantaged Regions and Transmigration of Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Shehan Asanka Semasinga, State Minister of Finance, Economic Stabilization and National Policies of Sri Lanka, and His Excellency Mr. Panatun Teng, Delegate to the Royal Government of Cambodia, Ministry of Planning, Cambodia. Excellency Teng, as countries implement programs to address the impacts of multiple crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic, energy and food and price shocks, and resulting cost of living crisis, it's critical to ensure that no one is left behind. Would you please highlight what measures the government of Cambodia has taken to support the vulnerable groups of the population, particularly to ensure food and energy security, as well as supporting their livelihood?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. And thank you to ESCAP for inviting me to this important event and share what Cambodia has done and doing to prepare for coming future to align with today's topic. It's actually today's topic is fully aligned with the Cambodia key development priority. Cambodia has been striving to recover from the pandemic, to move toward LDC graduation, achieve upper middle income status, and CSDG by 2030, and ultimately to build a more prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable country. Please allow me to share some of Cambodia's experience in grappling with the key focus area as following: protecting life and livelihood of the most vulnerable is the ultimate objective of our socio-economic development policy. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, Cambodia was successful in reducing poverty with an impressive and annual rate. It declined more than 1% point during the last 15 years. During this pandemic, the Royal Government of Cambodia allocate more than 20% of our budget to establish a fund to support SME, government worker, and the most vulnerable group. With this, Cambodia's history was able to rapidly roll out the first cash transfer to more than 700,000 families, including women and children below 2 years old, with spending around $1 million up to today. Under the last decade, Cambodia has made the most progress in addressing sectoral and cross-sectoral issues such as education, vocational and skill training, health, gender, and social protection for the sake of improving general well-being of Cambodian people, in particular the most vulnerable. To respond to impact of climate change, the Royal Government of Cambodia recognized the need to scale up effective development cooperation with climate resilience in Cambodia as part of our revised national determined contribution in the South and the Sea. We have set target for 2030 emission reduced of 41.7% below the baseline as usual level. New mitigation goal for waste and agriculture sector, as well as more elaborate energy efficiency measures, are all included in amendment of NDC. To improve energy effectiveness, the Royal Government of Cambodia has launched the National Energy Effective Policy, which aims to reduce total final energy consumption by 19% in 2030, with the BAU scenario by 2030. We project that this strategy will give rise to thriving industrial energy efficiency that employment. For energy access program, the Royal Government of Cambodia, under the World Bank support, has created rural electrification project for people in the rural area. Now these projects under the Royal Government of Cambodia operation, which we targeting all households in rural area. For Cambodia, building momentum for effective social protection measure is not only an accurate description of the situation, but they realize that investment in social protection is not a cost but investment. We are strongly convinced that the COVID-19 cash transfer program, together with all the other mitigation measures implemented by the Royal Government of Cambodia, not only prevent people from sliding back into poverty, but also help to stimulate the economy. Cambodia is not only exploring ways to make social protection measures sustainable in the future, but it also determined to strengthen the social protection system, for example, with 2 additional cash transfer programs, one for the household recently affected by flood, and those being most vulnerable to inflationary pressure by the war. A national multi-dimensional vulnerability index is being developed as usual tool for identifying important indicators for deprivation that pose in a threat to the livelihood and general well-being of Cambodian people, in particular the most vulnerable. So that is all from mine to contribute to this event. Thank you, Madam Chair. And
Thank you so much, Excellency. Excellency Samasinga, the impacts of the multiple global crises in the region's energy, food, and finance sectors are systemic, severe, and interconnected. In response, governments have provided fiscal packages to stimulate demand, finance health expenditures, and expand social protection programs. This has led to great fiscal pressure and, in some instances, debt distress. Please share with us how the government of Sri Lanka is responding to the challenge of limited fiscal space for keeping SDGs at the forefront of the recovery vision and plans. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all of you. Sri Lanka has come a long way since the start of the economic crisis. We now have a historic opportunity to rectify the shortcomings that have affected Sri Lankan citizens through our ambitious reform agenda designed by Sri Lankans for a prosperous Sri Lanka. People of Sri Lanka have been the government's top priority. We are deeply grateful to them who have remained resilient and determined to overcome the challenges we faced over the last months. The government's ambitious reform agenda, including providing greater support for those who need it most, has laid firm foundation for the regeneration of our economy. The IMF program is a crucial step for Sri Lanka to resolve and stabilize the economy and achieve debt sustainability. And we achieve this in record time, working extensively with the IMF and other creditors to limit any further long-term damage to the economy. But we still have a long journey ahead of us. This is just the beginning. Given the crisis that we as a country are facing, I believe that all political partners will support the IMF program back in Sri Lanka. Like the government, they too also recognize that it is an important lifeline for our economy and for the people, and without it, there would be even more acute suffering. The IMF program will mean not only extended funding, it also shows that Sri Lanka is getting its house in order, and that we can attract foreign investments, tourism, and talent back to the country. We have engaged continuously and transparently with all our creditors from the very beginning. And we are very grateful to all the bilateral creditors, the Paris Club, including Japan, India, and China, for their cooperation and for delivering timely financing assurances. We have undertaken an ambitious and systematic reform agenda and have made the difficult yet necessary decisions required to navigate Sri Lanka out of this worst economic crisis since independence. This ambitious reform agenda is now bearing fruit. We will increase investment in key sectors to stimulate economic growth and support the country's recovery. Sri Lanka will once again be an international destination for investment and business. The government will establish an agency for external trade and invest to achieve. The government will establish an agency for external trade and investment to achieve a better coordination between different government agencies and aims to create greater liberalization, which is critical to attract investments and boost productivity growth. Our aim is to consolidate an economy that is export-oriented, competitive, and sustainable. In addition, the government is committed to modernizing its agricultural sector and is looking to harness agriculture for export as a means to ensure a strong, sustained supply of foreign currency. With the reinforced international confidence in Sri Lanka's stability, we anticipate that our tourism industry will be reinvigorated, helping to bolster our foreign currency reserves. We have built on lessons learned from the crisis to develop the foundations of a stable and a prosperous Sri Lanka. The focus of the government has always been and continues to be the welfare of the people of Sri Lanka. Our ambitious reforms reflect this commitment. Our reforms will ensure citizens have access to critical public services and will widen and reinforce the social safety nets needed to support the most vulnerable in society. Sri Lanka has been one of the countries to collect the least amount of tax revenues in the world, which the government recognizes as unsustainable moving forward. The government has raised taxes in order to provide more balance and stability to the economy. To protect the most vulnerable, we have introduced a special social security contribution at the rate of 2.5%. This contribution will allow the government to increase revenues from high-income citizens and invest in social projects for the most vulnerable. The government's social security priorities are health and education. The fiscal reforms carried out are to ensure the provisions of basic services to those who need them most. The IMF Executive Board approval, coupled with the government's vision, opens the door to unlocking Sri Lanka's potential as an internationally focused, export-oriented, sustainable, vibrant economy. Sri Lanka is a safe and a peaceful country, and we are open for the world to experience our country's beauty and invest in our potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellency Chowdhury, natural disasters and climatic crisis have further constrained SDG achievements. These crises risk having profound and lasting impacts on lives and livelihoods. Loss of household incomes, assets, rising food prices, and disease outbreaks impact the most vulnerable in our societies. Please share with us how the government of Pakistan is prioritizing climate resilience and adaptation and ensuring targeted support to the most vulnerable populations in the recovery plans. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, approval of SDGs was a watershed moment for humanity. These provided hope for people to look forward to more inclusive development and sustainable future. Unfortunately, the Global Mid-Year Review report says that 90% of the 118 relevant indicators will not be achieved by 2030. This is an alarming situation. During COVID-19, we have seen disrupting global value chains, and several among us faced negative economic growth rate. While we were recovering from COVID-19, inflation started to rise due to Ukraine-Russia war. Many among us today face severe current account deficits and thus external debt problems. The two crises created loads of problems that has affected SDG's progress. On top of that, Pakistan faced severe climate disaster last year, which had devastating impact, and it requires now rebuilding the infrastructure and resilience to cope with the natural calamities. Floods affected 1/3 of the country, which was underwater. It affected 33 million people and resulted in damage and economic losses of over $30 billion. It is noteworthy to mention that Pakistan has less than 1% contribution to the total global greenhouse emissions, among the lowest in the world, but it is among the leading countries most vulnerable to climate change. The government of Pakistan recognizes the importance of long-term resilience in the aftermath of unprecedented flooding and is committed to consolidating the ongoing efforts and undertaking new measures towards long-term resilience and adaptation. After the initial phase of rescue and recovery from flood 2022, the government of Pakistan conducted post-disaster need assessment based with the cooperation of its development partners, and based on the findings of PDNA, it prepared post-flood 2022 resilient recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction 4RF framework as strategic policy and prioritization document. 4RF document identifies development priorities across sectors by adhering 4 strategic recovery objectives: which is a policy framework, a financing strategy, implementation and monitoring includes implementation and monitoring arrangements. The strategic recovery objectives outlined in the document are: one, to enhance governance and the capacities of the state institutions to restore lives and livelihoods of the affected people, especially the most vulnerable. Two, restore livelihoods and economic opportunities. Three, ensure social inclusion and participation. Four, restore and improve basic services and physical infrastructure in a resilient and sustainable manner. Federal and provincial governments have prepared their detailed disaster recovery plans. The framework also provides coordination mechanism for development partners and other stakeholders, including private sector, community organizations, for program implementation and financing of interventions. The monitoring and evaluation is being done at the strategic framework level around the SROs and at the program and project level. We have instituted a strong ecosystem for a resilient recovery, which includes macroeconomic stability, policy reforms and regulations, integrated institutional arrangement, innovative financing strategy and management, and robust implementation and monitoring frameworks. Recovery efforts are based on community-driven and people-centric approach. A participatory, people-centric and inclusive approach is being adopted that targets and includes internally displaced persons, refugees, women, persons with disabilities, who are main focus of our development plan, so that no one is left behind due to any disability, the elderly and religious minorities and transgender persons that are disproportionately impacted from floods and calamities. Through recovery plan, we are seeking to implement integrated and holistic solutions. The salient features of our financing strategy are commitment to necessary reforms for stabilizing the economy, and just as my colleague from Sri Lanka said, we are also undergoing through an IMF program, and that adds to our challenges. Facilitating private investment through public-private partnership, government and international community dialogue, allocation of resources through right financing mix, promoting transparency and accountability in financing, reducing transaction costs, and following sound financial management. We have taken many fiscal measures in response to the floods to ensure targeted approach for the marginalized and those who have been hit the most by the floods. A flood relief cash transfer scheme was launched through which 1.1 million targeted households were provided with Pak rupees 25,000 equivalent to US dollars 116.4 to meet emergency food needs. This BISP program is followed for efficient targeting and delivery of support to affected households. In addition, Government of Pakistan has started a targeted program which focuses on the 20 poorest districts of the country, which incidentally became target or the victim of this flood, for an accelerated development in next 5 to 7 years. We hope to bring them to the national socio-economic development averages. We have also started special targeted programs for the youth, because Pakistan is a very young country. So we have launched the biggest national youth internship program to provide our youth skills for marketable skills so that they can find easy employment. We have also started a program to provide 100,000 youth IT-based skill training so that they can have more opportunities of self-employment and beat unemployment. Pakistan has developed 31.2 billion resilient recovery, rehabilitation and reconstruction framework, which lays out a multi-sectoral strategy for recovery, rehabilitation and reconstruction to build long-term climate resilience, focusing on poor and vulnerable population. The government has launched National Flood Protection Plan to combat the adverse impacts of floods in the country for the conservation and restoration of environment. The government has launched Living Indus initiative, which identified 25 priority interventions in which nature-based resilience agriculture, Indus Delta protection, groundwater governance and recharge, green infrastructure, social entrepreneurship, zero plastic waste, and urban forestry are few key interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, flood waters last year in Pakistan did not only deprive millions of people in Pakistan of their livelihoods, lifetime savings, and shelter, but also washed away the gains made by Pakistan in the last 7 years. But our determination and commitment to stand up again and catch up remains unabated. We believe Sustainable Development Goals are our own national development goals. Today, all developing countries face similar challenges. The need for collaborative action and response is need of the hour. Forums like Asia-Pacific Forum on SDGs provide a valuable space for such collaboration. We need to learn from each other's experiences and develop strong collective voice to reset and reprioritize the global financial governance which lives in yesterday towards the needs and challenges of today and tomorrow in order to put our journey for achieving SDGs back on track. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency Chowdhury. Excellency Iskandar, we would like to explore now more about Indonesia's lessons learned in mitigating the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic to the achievement of the SDGs targets, particularly on food, energy, and development financing. Please highlight the efforts at national, subnational, and regional efforts in Indonesia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the convergence of multiple global crises, including the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis, and geopolitical conflicts, have not only threatened energy and food security, but also pushed millions of people in Asia and the Pacific region into poverty. These challenges have further undermined our region's ability to meet the SDGs and reaffirm the need to enhance cooperation and collaboration to accelerate the achievements of the goals through knowledge sharing and capacity building. Therefore, allow me to share some of Indonesia's efforts to lessen the impacts of this crisis. First, strengthening food reserves, optimizing food supply through food production centers, improving the effectiveness and efficiency of national logistic system to close the price gap, as well as strengthening farmers and fishers partnership with modern retail business actors to southern supply chains. Second, stepping up efforts to increase the production of national food crops by opening additional land, intensifying existing land, and creating sorghum ecosystem as a substitute for traditional staple foods. By 2024, sorghum will be grown on an additional 40,000 hectares across 17 regions in Indonesia. Third, expanding access to electricity and ensuring its reliability. We have increased the proportion of renewable energy sources and improved energy efficiency. We have also implemented the One Price of Fuel program to ensure that all regions across Indonesia have equal access to energy while undertaking our energy transition programs. Fourth, attaining SDGs requires significant amount of funds in addition to what government has allocated in the state budget. In order to close this gap, Indonesia has issued green bonds, green sukuk, SDGs bond, and we are in the process of issuing SDG sukuk that can be tapped in globally. At the local level, we have been optimizing the spending of village fund for achieving SDGs, including for addressing energy and food issues at the village level. Finally, Indonesia continues to promote green investment policies, which are essential in actualizing economic transition and transformation. This includes improving investment climate, advancing green technology research and development, increasing funding schemes, as well as implementing innovative financing. As we implement these policies, Indonesia continues to linkage stronger international collaboration in these areas, including through generating investment to improve agricultural productivity and diversification of food production, as well as accelerating progress in energy transition in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency Iskander. I'm now pleased to invite an intervention from Mr. Woo Chong-um, Managing Director General of the Asian Development Bank.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. In case you're wondering, I'm sitting in the middle section, fourth column, fourth row. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for hosting this important discussion on delivering on the SDGs through the transformation in the energy, food, and finance systems, and for sharing your valuable experiences in this regard. I'm very pleased to join you here physically on behalf of the Asian Development Bank. We are experiencing an unprecedented period of overlapping crisis, which is creating enormous disruptions to the interlinked global energy and food markets. The demand for food and energy will only increase, putting further pressure on production and intensifying the need to find innovative, cleaner, and more inclusive solutions. It is urgent for the Asia and the Pacific region to reduce hunger and boost food security, especially for its poor and vulnerable communities, while strengthening agriculture systems. A rapid transition away from the fossil fuels is also needed, as the region accounts for more than 50% of the global emissions. And meanwhile, 350 million people still do not have adequate supply of energy, and about 150 million people still lack access to electricity. As the distinguished panelists have already illustrated, several Asia-Pacific countries are implementing measures to address the crisis in the food, energy, and finance sectors. Countries are having to balance priorities and make challenging trade-offs with limited physical space. We see adoption of inclusive policies to improve social protection systems, which recognize the specific need of vulnerable populations in relation to food and energy consumption. With women playing a critical role in meeting their families' energy and food needs, shocks in these commodity markets present added pressure. These policies increasingly need to take an account across sectoral synergies between the three sectors, energy, food, and finance, which is precisely the theme of today's session. From transforming agriculture and industrial waste into biocharcoals in Cambodia, developing plant-based proteins in Thailand, to promoting women's entrepreneurship in renewable energy products in Bangladesh and Vietnam, diverse solutions are emerging in the region, and these are happening at different levels of society and from multiple stakeholders to accelerate sustainable recovery in line with the SDGs. Greater cooperation with the private sector can help countries to further drive innovation and attract much-needed investments, and this can help to develop better solutions to deal with the immense challenge of the poly crisis. In this regard,
digital transformation, technologies, and innovation hold enormous promise. At the Asian Development Bank, a key priority is to help our developing countries manage their complex physical challenges, dealing with commodity price shocks, and build food security. In response to the food crisis in the region, ADB is building food security through its $14 billion package of projects and programs for both public and private sector financing in 2022 to 2025. This supports vulnerable groups, strengthens agriculture value chains, and expands rural development. Our private sector financing includes direct agribusiness lending and microfinance programs that will greatly benefit smallholder farmers in the region. The Asian Development Bank has also raised its climate ambition to deliver $100 billion climate finance through 2030, which will promote a green, resilient, and inclusive recovery. In the energy sector, ADB is spearheading the energy transition mechanism to phase out existing coal-fired power plants in countries such as the Philippines and Indonesia, and we would like to commend the leadership demonstrated by these two countries. This initiative follows a new energy policy of ADB, which phases out any new coal investments while prioritizing renewable energy and energy efficiency and a just transition to avoid adverse effects on people and the environment. We are also mobilizing development finance from a range of public and private sources and developing innovative financial instruments to support our member countries achieve the goals. And we believe that using the SDG as a framework for managing results both in our own operations and the investments that we catalyze can help to channel capital towards the transformation needed to achieve the goals. The region faces complex challenges to ensure a green and inclusive recovery in line with SDGs, and capitalizing on innovative solutions within the energy, food, and finance nexus will be essential, and this will require governments and private sector stakeholders to accelerate efforts to identify and implement these solutions at scale, strengthening multinational and multi-sectoral responses. I look forward to addressing these topics at our launch event for the SDG Partnership Report 2023 this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. I'm now pleased to present a video message from Ms. Kani Wignarajah, UN Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is such a pleasure to be part of this ministerial panel session representing UNDP. Our focus is on the energy, food, and finance nexus in achieving sustainable development goals, and this is well overdue. I appreciate that our esteemed panelists who see this nexus play out in what they have to manage and respond to every day in different countries' situations. It's very, very real to them and to all of us. The distressing fact is that our region is not on track to achieve any of the SDGs by 2030, with projections suggesting that at the current pace, we won't be able to do so until 2065. The predicament the region faces is that of a polycrisis, which is a cocktail of disruptive forces where the whole is far more dangerous than the sum of its parts. Now, the interplay between energy, food, and finance has exacerbated these disruptions significantly, hitting those most vulnerable the hardest, and it does so at a more rapid rate. This reminds us of how skyrocketing food and energy prices have dramatically intensified consumption inequalities, while strained financial conditions and thin social protection systems provide little relief. We have seen these harsh impacts in countries such as Sri Lanka, for example, where 86% of households resorted to eating less or skipping meals altogether, compromising the nutrition of a generation. But they had to cope with soaring food and energy prices. Or picture Afghanistan, where 20 million people today grapple with acute food insecurity. Similarly, we have witnessed turmoil on energy pricing markets, particularly among net fuel importing countries as diverse as Cambodia, Pakistan, and Vanuatu. Almost every country in our region has been affected. So this period of polycrisis has exerted immense pressure on governments' budgets. And while the cost of borrowing has risen sharply, especially for middle-income countries, which is the majority of the countries and territories in our region, while revenue sources remain fragile for many. And when faced with the unenviable choices of where to concentrate public funds, that is where we come in with a central tenet of UN and UNDP's messaging to countries of the high-value, high-return investments that must be in its people and in its natural assets. Keeping both safe, healthy, growing, and protected are at the heart of what we promote and support. Money is never too tight to do so if the tough but right decisions are made, and some leaders do. Clean fuel technologies have seen significant growth in recent years, particularly in our region. If you look at large countries like China, India, and Indonesia, we see the growth of new technologies helping in both the food and energy industries. However, even they have had difficulties reaching rural areas with renewables, and they also continue to show growth in fossil fuel use. We will continue to see rapid regression in our SDG goals, particularly those on climate action, with irreversible consequences if we do not redress this trend very soon. So our SDG report that is in front of you, prepared jointly by ESCAP, ADB, and UNDP, offers some suggestions in transforming the ways in which we approach the food energy finance mix. First, there is considerable scope for enhancing our analysis of these interwoven components that then provides the evidence to move beyond isolated efforts to anticipate and address the multi-pronged nature of challenges in our evolving development landscape. Second, increased policy ingenuity must drive new financing instruments that are not all debt-leaning, but also revenue-generating, and bring in new industry and new tech, new forms of taxation, and a combination of equity and swap instruments that also brings in responsible market capital. This is a must. Third, identifying bottlenecks to implementation, including through improved business and governance practices, extending digital technologies for both service delivery and greater transparency, and firm oversight mechanisms that root out corrupt or inefficient practices is a must. So these will be the make or break in our read of which countries will come out ahead. This is about mending or renewing social contracts. In other words, the trust between governments and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the video intervention. I'm now pleased to invite our last intervention from Ms. Karen Fernando, the Senior Researcher for the Center for Poverty Analysis of Sri Lanka. Over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. So my name is Karen. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the People's Forum that have convened the head of the APFSD to deliberate the key challenges that face the Asia-Pacific region. We have all heard today how the region is reeling from the effects of several interlinked environmental, social, financial, and systemic challenges. We have also heard several times now about how the region is so behind on our SDGs. We may reach it by 2065, and even that is unknown. And really, if we are to be optimistic and we are really to tackle these challenges, we are halfway through the effort now, but if we don't really take a really good shot at dealing with the systemic issues, the structural weaknesses that we have been talking about from the very beginning of the SDGs. We are not going to get there. And I think it's really important that we reflect on that, and the whole premise now that we are actually linking the energy, the food, and we are now talking about a more integrated approach is a positive way to look at it. And now really trying to tackle the systemic and the structural issues is really the way forward if we are going to make progress on the SDGs. There is the documents that were shared in preparation for this event also talk about this idea of polycrises. And this is really also the new challenges that face us, and countries that are less economic, with less economic vibrancy, financial security, and with weak institutions also means that they will face greater challenges with accessing food, accessing energy supplies, and definitely developed countries will do better than developing countries in this regard, and inequalities will rise. So this will also set us back in terms of the SDGs. And these are also things that we really need to take seriously. Tackling inequalities really needs to come to the forefront. We've also heard today, even in my own country, we have actually done really well. And now because of these challenges that we are facing in the international arena has also set us back. We've seen increased poverty rates, increased food security, increased energy insecurity that is negatively affecting on the long term our nutrition, economic productivity, and also impacting the environment. People now increasingly struggle to earn income, find food, and essential items. This is the case for millions of people in this region, and it also means that there is more reliance on state support in the form of social protection, and states are also being squeezed with smaller budgets because of the crisis. And it is definitely showing a greater need for better management of limited resources, so a greater need for good governance, better institutions, better policies, and more resilience in times of hardship. So we acknowledge the need for better technologies, more synergies, the need to really look at these interlinkages and better innovations. But at this point in time, we really emphasize the need to prioritize and focus on distribution and addressing inequality. The needs of vulnerable communities should be front and center in any new approach that is taken. In addition, the policies and actions proposed should put people in the center. Communities need to be right holders, part of the decision makers, and implementers, not just passive beneficiaries. For example, farmers, women, or indigenous people should be at the heart of dialogues and interventions as decision makers and entrepreneurs in relation to food and energy for more inclusive and sustainable and equitable outcomes. These are issues that impact people's daily lives. They're not things that are distant issues, but things that really impact things on a day-to-day basis. They must have control and access to these common goods and resources. These should not be in control of a few at the cost of many. Proposals presented in some of the background notes talk about building agile, dynamic institutions, and they refer to a AAA solution that talk about anticipatory, agile, and adaptive solutions in building institutions. We also suggest that in this point in time that you include a fourth A, and that should be accountability. This should be key to good institutions and part and parcel of any system change or true transformation. Institutions and stakeholders, both national and international, must be held accountable, especially to ensure that more equitable processes are put in place and that obligations are met to meet the outcomes as intended. This is especially crucial under this present conditions of crisis upon crisis and the tough conditions faced by people in countries now having to take drastic measures, resort to IMF loans for so many, for the 16th time, 15th time, and if you don't meet these obligations, you put countries in so much of a difficult position. Civil societies too must be included to uphold and create accountabilities. Civil societies can concretely be given tasks such as monitoring and independent assessments. In conclusion, food and energy security are both critical commodities that are sensitive to shocks, both within countries and outside countries. They hinge on the ability to develop a new social contract within countries and in new global deals between countries. Therefore, while reforms and institutional changes are advocated as part of a new process, it means we have to tackle the systemic barriers such as fair treatment, true multilateralism, and addressing aspects such as power asymmetry, hegemony, and profiteering. It requires sweeping changes, as indicated by Her Excellency Madam Amida Alice Jabana in her opening remarks this morning. And they need to be part of the new system to address inequities and structural flaws in the current global governance systems. And we recommend that these be taken into account going forward if we are to make any meaningful change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fernando, for your intervention. The Asia-Pacific region and the international community have the collective experience and knowledge needed to create the transformations, as well as the integrated solutions needed to build forward together from the polycrisis and forge an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient recovery that leaves no one behind. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals, as well as related global and regional agreements and policy frameworks, provide the roadmap for moving forward. It is now up to governments and civil society to mobilize the collective will needed to undertake such transformative changes and to put in place the enabling policies and institutional capacities that will be required for successful implementation. I take this opportunity to thank all of the excellencies for their valuable insights and sharing of experience at this critical time for the SDGs in the Asia-Pacific region. I take the chance now to call upon our distinguished chair to return and continue our session. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Oswell, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We have less than an hour for lunch, so please stay with us. I'm pleased to invite the distinguished delegates to intervene on agenda item 2, accelerating the recovery from COVID-19 pandemic and the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and Pacific. I will open the floor to statements from delegates and participants in the speaking order as received from the Secretariat, from both participants present in the room and connected through Zoom, as well as video messages that the Secretariat have received. I would kindly remind the delegates to limit their statements to no longer than 3 minutes, to allow all delegates the opportunity to speak and to focus their interventions on the content of the agenda item. I will try to be as civilized as possible with this 3 minute time limit. I recognize the distinguished delegates from Nepal, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Pakistan. Nepal, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Sustainable Development Goals are our global commitment in ending poverty, promoting equality, addressing environmental issues, and achieving peace and prosperity. The SDGs are at the center of Nepal's development vision and priorities. It underpins our national aspirations of prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali. Nepal is pursuing Sustainable Development Agenda with a strong national commitment. The SDGs have been mainstreamed into our national plans and programs. We have been localizing it at the provincial and local level planning and budgeting processes. Institutional architecture has been created to make the implementation of SDGs more systematic. Civil society, community, and development partners have also been mobilized in attaining targeted goals. We have made some progress in key areas of SDGs, such as in poverty reduction, food security, education, health, gender equality, and energy sector. However, the multifaceted effect of COVID-19 pandemic and current global geopolitical conflicts have threatened our progress. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the poverty and unemployment rates have increased and the gap between the rich and poor has widened. It has brought negative implications on the hard-earned gains. In some, the pandemic has slowed down the momentum of our development efforts. Currently, we are facing the problem of rising food and energy prices, disruptions in supply chain, decrease in revenue growth, increase in outstanding debt, and widening fiscal deficits have added more challenges. The increase in unemployment and inflation rate have exacerbated inequalities, pushing marginalized and vulnerable groups even further behind and creating hurdles in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The government of Nepal is implementing various recovery policies and strategies to mitigate these negative impacts and to achieve the targeted goal of sustainable development. In this regard, the government has brought various relief packages even in a situation of resource constraints to respond to the pandemic and other challenges. The fiscal and monetary policies have supported the hard-hit sectors by increasing the budget allocation and extending subsidized credits. Currently, the economy is facing external sector vulnerabilities. More stimulus packages for economic recovery are needed. ensuring social protection is very vital to deal with the impact of the COVID-19 and other crises. Digitization of the public sector, digital connectivity in public schools, and prioritizing EMEs are also in high priority. To achieve early recovery of the economy, we need to bring structural reform that boost economic growth and make the economy resilient from future shocks. Economic growth can be increased through increased capital expenditures and increasing domestic production. To create more equitable society, we have to reallocate our resources to steering growth and making it more inclusive. Our collective efforts are critical to achieve SDGs. I highly appreciate the global initiatives taken to respond to COVID-19 pandemic. Similar concerted efforts from the international community, development partners, and stakeholders can accelerate the SDGs implementation. I thank you all.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Nepal. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Pakistan to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to extend my gratitude to UN ESCAP for holding 10th APFSD and discuss the most important issues. In partnership with UN ESCAP, we held 6th SDGs Forum in December 2022 in Islamabad. It is unfortunate that despite progress being made, not just the South Asian countries, but the entire region of Asia and Pacific is lagging in targets on all the 17 goals, outcome of midterm review of Global SDGs Review Report 2023 and SDGs Forum Report 2022. It was concluded in the forum that countries needed to focus on the priorities not only at national level but also at a sub-regional level, as many of the issues have cross-boundary implications. It is extremely pertinent to address the issues at the sub-national level as by following the spirit of leaving no one behind. Pakistan has been facing a triple crisis started from COVID-19, international conflicts, and floods in 2022. These continual crises has a deeper dent on the economic and social sector of Pakistan. Developing countries were facilitated through debt rescheduling and several other assistance programs during COVID-19, whereas in the recent crisis, we were asked to increase prices of all the essential utilities and abolish subsidies. As a result, our balance of payment situation is deteriorating, economy has shrunk, inflation is higher, and reserves are at historically lowest level in the last 2 decades. We need to develop a joint financing mechanism in the Asia and Pacific that must be available without any adverse conditionalities for member countries in case of emergencies. In this forum, we should stand united to establish trade routes, explore the investment avenues mutually in each country. As far as investment and trade-related issues are concerned, intra-regional trade is just 5% and cost of trade in terms of tariff and non-tariff barriers is very high. That needs to be reduced. Need for an integrated regional electricity market, especially focused on renewable energy, and improvement in transport connectivity and infrastructure is needed for green and clean environment. To achieve SDGs, we need robust and long-term financing. Higher and sustainable growth is necessary, and we require consistency and continuity of policies. It is very pertinent to invest in social sectors, social protection, resilient infrastructure, while addressing the equity and equality. We must not neglect agriculture sector and rural transformation for better food security. Cross-border trade with lesser cost is important for achieving food security in these regions. SDG comprise of different targets that can be achieved through global support, whereas few require financing and improve processes and institutions within the country. However, few targets cannot be achieved unless regional cooperation is present.
May I request the distinguished delegate from Pakistan to conclude the statement?
So transboundary, I would conclude by saying that transboundary challenges such as climate change and natural disasters, energy security, ecosystem degradation, and contamination of oceans, seas, and marine resources require regional actions. Transboundary infrastructure networks can help reduce vulnerability. Regional economic cooperation and integration will facilitate better transport, energy, ICT connectivity. And in this regard, we should convene a regional conference after every 2 years to examine the impact of transboundary challenges as well as monitoring of the progress in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the distinguished delegate from Pakistan. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Maldives. Timor-Leste.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, it is an honor for me to represent the government of Timor-Leste at the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I'd like to congratulate the Chair on the election and express my gratitude for the opportunity to address this esteemed gathering. As we meet today, we are confronted with multiple global crises, including the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has hindered progress towards achieving sustainable development goals by 2030 in the Asia-Pacific region. The challenges of climate change and the war in Ukraine have further compounded this crisis, making it even more difficult to meet the goals. Timor-Leste, like many other nations, has been affected by the pandemic. The country is facing rising food and energy prices, necessitating government subsidies for vulnerable populations, which has further stretched the budget. The cost of food and non-alcoholic beverages in the country has risen by 7% in a year between 2021 and 2022, primarily due to significant increases of approximately 25% for oils and fats, 16% for vegetables, and 11% for dairy and eggs. The global food crisis and resultant inflation have had a significant adverse impact on children, with child poverty reaching 48%, which is about 6% higher than the overall national poverty rate, and the inadequate nutrition being a leading cause of child mortality. To address these urgent issues, the government has implemented various strategies such as the Cesta Básica and the Bolsa de Mãe social protection programs, one-off cash payments, and the National Strategy for Social Protection, and the Consolidated National Action Plan for Food Security and Malnutrition, and the Timor-Leste National Health Sector Nutrition Strategic Plan 2021-25. It is critical to ensure that the most vulnerable populations, including children, women, and people with disabilities and the elderly, have access to food, water, and healthcare. The government should make sure to contract out certain emergency social protection services, for example, to UN agencies, to expedite delivery, build systems, and skill share, which could help Timor-Leste cope with the current crisis more effectively. Moving forward, we must transform our energy and food systems in a green and inclusive way that improves resilience to future shocks. By exploiting synergies across the energy, food, and finance nexus and strengthening multi-stakeholder partnership, we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Investment in innovation, dynamic institutions, and finance aligned with the mobilized for the goals related to energy and food is essential. Financing sustainable development is crucial and requires close monitoring of prices to ensure that inflation does not disrupt family spending and the affordability of essential goods. The government should consider strengthening available mechanisms for emergency financing and ensure rapid disbursement of funds while minimizing non-crisis related conditionalities. In the medium term, safeguarding the remaining petroleum fund by establishing an independent SDG fund or SDG bond mechanism will allow Timor-Leste to invest in critical areas needed for the longer-term resilience of the nation.
May I request the distinguished delegate to conclude?
Creating green and blue jobs, diversifying the economy, and investing in critical livelihoods, health, and education are vital for preparing a skilled, healthy, and competitive workforce. An enabling environment for private sector investment is essential for a small island economy like Timor-Leste, and opportunities exist for bringing in investments to grow the private sector, including public-private partnerships for the blue economy, climate financing, and carbon credits. Simple livelihoods initiatives such as the seaweed farming can later become viable industries and create a new product space to diversify the economy. Timor-Leste, Mr. Chair, is committed to accelerating its recovery from COVID-19 pandemic while maintaining alignment with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With the support of the international community, we can emerge stronger from this crisis and build a sustainable and prosperous future for our people. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste. I would like now to invite the distinguished delegate from Maldives to be followed by the distinguished delegate from India.
Thank you. Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It gives me great pleasure to speak at this 10th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development Goals. With its adoption in 2015, Agenda 2030 provided us with a long-term development vision through a comprehensive and integrated framework. Maldives submitted its first VNR in 2017 at the HLPF. SDG goals were mainstreamed into national and sectoral level development plans moving forward. Our second VNR will take measure of the progress made since 2017. It will focus on connectivity, both digital and physical, with three underlying themes: economic, social, and environmental. Stakeholder consultations have been completed, and we are now in the process of drafting our report. While addressing the progress made on goals, we will also address the challenges and lessons learned from COVID-19 that are unique to our small island state in achieving SDGs. I would like to thank the UN ESCAP and the UN family for their continued assistance and support in the VNR process. Excellencies, in September 2019, world leaders at the SDG Summit called for a decade of action and delivery for sustainable development and pledged to mobilize financing, enhance national implementation, and strengthen institutions to achieve goals by the target date. However, all our efforts were brought to an abrupt halt by the COVID-19 pandemic. Resulting from timely actions put in place, the Maldives is rebounding strong. Compared to corresponding quarter of 2021, quarter 3 of 2022 shows a growth of 10.5%, fueled mainly by the increase in tourism and transportation sector. I'm sure many countries will have similar success stories. In order to accelerate progress of SDGs, in 2021, we formulated the National Public Ferry Network Master Plan. We have successfully implemented Phase 1 of the network that connects 41 small island communities with essential public services and markets. Underlying goal is to connect people to existing services and facilities to foster and enhance community relationships. With the network as our backbone for accelerating socio-economic development, we will not only see community-level growth, but we will also be able to reach our SDG targets that much faster. Given the dispersed nature of the Maldives, this project is of special significance in ensuring development benefits are equitably distributed. The project is planned to be implemented in 3 phases. Phase 2, targeted at the southernmost 3 atolls, are to be rolled out in the 3rd quarter of this year. Along with this transport network, numerous infrastructure projects are underway to ensure safe, clean drinking water to all, mitigate environment risk, and ensure food security and achieve zero emissions by 2030. Distinguished delegates, adapting our life to a new normal post-pandemic has been and is continuing to be a unique experience for all of us. Recovering from COVID-19 is a continuing challenge, but we can also agree that it has given us an opportunity to realign our global and national priorities.
May I request the distinguished delegate to conclude the statement?
And rethink our development agendas to make them more resilient and sustainable. While we all have seen regressing trends in SDG goals, it is also reassuring to know renewed focus is being put to bridge the gap and meet the 2030 agenda. Before I conclude, I would like to stress the importance of collaboration and partnerships for development. The SDGs This commitment to progress and prosperity, leaving no one behind, needs commitment and dedication at all levels. I look forward to sharing of knowledge, opportunities, recommendations to accelerate and build back better from the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Maldives. I now invite the distinguished delegate from India to be followed by the distinguished delegate from United Cities and Local Governments, Asia Pacific.
Good morning. This is Sumit Berry, Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog in India. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, and I appreciate the courtesy of other ministers in allowing me to send this recorded message. India's G20 presidency this year coincides with the crucial midpoint of the 2030 agenda. India's G20 efforts recommit to achieve the targets laid out in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, reflected in the theme of our presidency, One Earth, One Family, One Future, clearly reflecting the ethos of the SDGs. The Honorable Prime Minister's vision of lifestyle for environment reflects India's deep commitment towards a sustainable environment. The Life movement underlines the importance of behavioral change for sustainable production and consumption, that is SDG 12. In the launch of Life in India late last year, the UN Secretary General noted that the Life initiative is designed to highlight essential and hopeful truths. Niti Aayog shoulders the mandate of overall coordination and supervision of the country's progress towards achieving the SDGs. We believe that to achieve SDGs, participation of all stakeholders is critical, and synergies have to be drawn between efforts towards the implementation process, and new and pioneering innovations and technologies have to be harnessed, not least in the matter of local data. I'm pleased to say that these efforts are now showing results. For example, in water and sanitation, SDG 6, more than 110 million toilets have been constructed over a period of 5 years, representing an unprecedented progress in sanitation. The Government of India implemented the Jal Jeevan mission, Water is Life mission, under which more than 107 million rural households are being provided with tap water connections in adequate quantities of prescribed quality on a regular basis. Under the Street Lighting National Program launched in 2015, more than 12 million smart LED street lights were installed, and 5.9 million tons of CO2 emission is estimated to have been reduced by May 2022. Household electricity coverage has improved from 88% to near 100% in the last 8 years, benefiting 183 million more people, contributing to SDG 7. Under SDG 9, the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti Yojana, National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity, aims at improving connectivity and easing logistical bottlenecks in the movement of goods, services, and peoples. This is a novel initiative in the midst of pandemic-led disruptions to supply chains and mobility. Our concerted efforts in investing in startup ecosystems and research and development have resulted in a rising trajectory in innovation. India's rank in the Global Innovation Index improved to 40 in 2022 from 81 as recently as 2015. In her efforts towards creating sustainable cities, SDG 11, India has made remarkable progress in its urban development infrastructure. Now, nearly 100% of urban households live in properly built, what we call Pakka houses in India. Augmenting global partnerships in sustainable development, SDG 17, the government provides capacity building efforts under the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation, or ITEC program, in which Niti Aayog is proud to participate. This covers around 160 partner countries. India has progressed well in its endeavor to eradicate poverty, SDG 1. India's incidence of multidimensional poverty, as measured by the UN system, has reduced from 55% in 2005 to 16.4% in 2019, resulting in of 415 million people escaping poverty in this 14-year period. India's success in COVID-19 vaccination is reflected in 2 billion doses administered so far, with more than 1.1 million beneficiaries registered. We have fully vaccinated over 90% of our adult population, but our vaccination efforts extend beyond our borders. Under the Vaccine Maitri initiative, India has supplied over 254 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines to other countries, championing regional cooperation and multilateralism. India has offered CoWIN, the technological backbone for India's national vaccination program, supported by the UN as an open source digital public good. India is proud to state that the focused SDG localization, implementation, and monitoring efforts have led to concrete development outcomes, as pointed out by the evidence produced by robust surveys. India will continue to engage with multiple stakeholders for accelerating progress towards the 2030 agenda. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from India. I apologize from the distinguished delegates. That was a recorded message, and I couldn't intervene to stop that. And I hope the Secretariat will be mindful of this, to be fair to everybody who are present here. I would now like to invite the distinguished delegate from International Federation of Social Workers, United Cities and Local Governments Asia Pacific, to be followed by International Federation of Social Workers.
Thank you very much. And the Excellencies, very good morning. We have several local governments delegates here, and I'm here with Mayor Kayan, Municipality of the Philippines. So I'm here speaking on behalf of Asia Pacific local government coordinating bodies that we are facilitating it. Undoubtedly, recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic has been a priority of most local governments in Asia and the Pacific. However, the vulnerabilities we face do not come alone and are often interlinked. Neither the climate crisis nor natural disasters will wait for us to overcome one from another. The need to address these challenges with the whole of governments and whole of society approach is imperative. So sustainable development remains a crucial framework to cover better from the pandemic. And COVID-19 had an impact on all sustainable development goals that are currently off track. And within this context, local governments have refocused our programs and reallocated budgets to better address the needs of the people and the most vulnerable sectors of our communities. We are making progress. Voluntary subnational reviews and voluntary local reviews reveal that while the SDGs localization progress vary among countries and local governments in the Asian Pacific, actually there are similarities in the challenges faced by subnational governments. To date, there have been 4 VSRs produced by local government associations, Nepal, Pakistan, Philippines, and Sri Lanka. And there are 39 VLRs produced by local governments in these regions. These include 2 local governments in Jakarta and Surabaya in Indonesia, and 7 in Japan. So these VSRs emulate the need for local level SDGs targets and indicators that are in line with the national frameworks. So we thought localized indicators assessing progress on the SDGs at the local level will remain a challenge. Engaging local governments associations may facilitate the identification of local SDGs targets and indicators. Alongside these, VLRs highlight the importance of SDGs indicators that reflects priorities and access to high quality and disaggregated data. Furthermore, there is a need to assist through appropriate capacity building, local governments, and especially in the least developed countries, especially in the Pacific, to do in the VLR as well. So we also identified the lack of financial resources. This is remain a challenge for local governments, despite existing fiscal transfer from national governments. So we thought a robust financial mechanism and investments to localize SDGs, the agenda we know that will not be realized. So the lack of technical knowledge on the SDGs, including the availability of data and capacity to progress SDGs-related data is also a concern noted in the VSR and select VLR. So in addition, the internet constraint also has been faced by Pacific Island states as an example. So let me conclude here. Several local governments recognize the value of conducting VLRs, but we've seen the complexity. And this is why it's important that we all work together. We need to have a decentralized cooperation, and we always need the support from central governments and especially international community to provide good enabling environment that will let us be more effective in essential works and what we do. With our collective power, the power of we can build our common future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from International Federation of Social Workers to be followed by distinguished delegate from United States. Maybe we should move on to the distinguished delegate from United States to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Center for Research and Advocacy, Manipur.
Good morning. On behalf of the United States, it's an honor to speak with fellow ESCAP members at this Forum on Sustainable Development. As with our strong commitment in the UN Charter, our commitment to the 2030 Agenda is grounded in our belief in a free, open, prosperous, and secure international system. 20 U.S. government agencies work globally to advance the 2030 Agenda, including mine, the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, which implements programs in more than 30 countries in the ESCAP region. We continue a long tradition of partnerships grounded in expanding economic opportunity, caring for our planet, good governance, upholding human rights, and ensuring no one is left behind. To advance SG 6, the United States released last June our White House Action Plan on Global Water Security, which will strengthen global, national, and local policies and water systems in a way that meets the needs of marginalized and underserved populations. In the ESCAP region, our contribution includes U.S. water security and sanitation programs and the U.S. Development Finance Corporation's mobilization of private capital to promote access to portable water. Last week, the United Nations Water Conference in New York, the United States announced more than $49 billion in domestic and global action to ensure that climate resilience, water, and sanitation remain a priority worldwide. SDG 7 is central to President Biden's climate agenda. Our Inflation Reduction Act is supercharging investment in clean energy that will drive down costs for clean technology globally, and we are also scaling up our climate finance to support developing countries and ensure a more just energy transition. We work with several ESCAP member states through the Clean Edge Asia program to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, mobilize investment, increase clean energy generation and deployment, and improve energy services for households across the region. The Clean Energy Demand Initiative and the Japan-U.S. Mekong Power Partnership likewise work with countries in the region to decarbonize power sectors and expand investment in clean energy infrastructure. On SG9, we partner throughout the region on transparent investments and high-standard infrastructure projects that deliver real economic benefits while protecting the environment and internationally recognized workers' rights. And we champion the launch of G7's Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, PGII, including to mobilize $600 billion by 2027 to help low and middle income countries invest in infrastructure. We support SG11 through programs like USAID's locally led urban sustainability, which helps countries develop more sustainable, equitable, healthy, and prosperous cities. And in the same vein, the State Department's recently announced the new representative for city and state diplomacy
May I
to
request
strengthen
the distinguished delegate to
sub-nations
conclude the
collaboration
statement?
and share best practices and promote sustainable cities. Thank you very much, and we look forward to collaborating with all of the countries in this region to achieve the SDGs.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Center for Research and Advocacy, Manipur, to be followed by European Union.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I represent the more than 600 civil society organizations, grassroots and people's movement from across the Asia-Pacific region. We are here to demand the recognition of systemic barriers to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that we are halfway towards the deadline of achieving the 2030 agenda, but it's more and more apparent that we are not only years but decades behind in achieving these goals. Besides, the projection is based on the 53% of available data that we may not be achieving SDG even by 2065. We know that we are off track to the COVID-19, but the last 3 years have been particularly disastrous in their impact due to the exacerbating effects of the pandemic, the worsening triple planetary and energy crisis, the increased militarism and conflict, imperialist wars, as well as the rise of patriarchal authoritarian governance throughout the region. Besides the lack of progress on the SDG, the Asia-Pacific region have also seen a decline in human rights protection and a consistent rise in the human rights violation in all levels. There is no sustainability without equity, justice, and peace, unless the conceptualization of societal transformative address the systemic failure that upholds development justice and that ensures the right to development for all. Achieving SDGs will remain a pipe dream. So to ensure a sustainable and equitable recovery, it's crucial that these systemic barriers are addressed, starting with the strengthening the public accountability and channelizing of resources in all areas such as health, education, social protection, and sustainable infrastructure, while also promoting the inclusive and participatory decision-making process. Delivering development justice means empowering the vulnerable groups, including strengthening public institutions and services that provide access to healthcare, education, access to clean water and sanitation, ensuring equitable and people-centered renewable energy, and also services that will address the multiple burdens of women and other marginalized sectors. Furthermore, we would also like to address the challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss, which are interconnected with public health and socioeconomic development. This requires collective action and strengthening the regional and global multilateralism, including the actions of knowledge and best practices, and also to build the capacities and further to ensure the meaningful and rightful engagement of civil society in all the process in the coming process. I would like to thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates. I now invite the distinguished delegate from European Union to be followed by the distinguished delegate from International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished participants, the European Union recognizes the global importance of the Asia-Pacific. We are bound together politically, economically, and in security terms. In late 2021, the EU adopted its strategy for cooperation with the Indo-Pacific. This strategy is inclusive, seeking to develop further cooperation with all countries based on democratic principles, respect for human rights, good governance, and of course, sustainability. The EU's engagement in the Asia-Pacific is not diminished by Russia's illegal and unjustifiable aggression against Ukraine in blatant disregard for the UN Charter. The EU wishes to strengthen its partnerships across Asia. For example, for Southeast Asia, we were very pleased to host recently the first ever EU-ASEAN commemorative summit in Brussels. The EU continues its trade agenda in the region with negotiations on an FTA to be resumed with Thailand later this year, joining ongoing negotiations with Australia and Indonesia. Others are on the way. The EU Global Gateway is a new way of combining the strengths of the European Union and its member states with those of the financial institutions and the private sector to help partner countries with their infrastructural investments in a sustainable way, economically, environmentally, and politically sustainable. Let us work together. The European Union Green Deal encourages sustainable production and consumption. With partner countries across Asia, we want to build green alliances and partnerships against climate change and biodiversity loss. I wish to highlight three key programs. First, the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, helping 120 cities across Asia to improve their local climate actions under their national contributions. Second, Switch Asia, supporting sustainable production and consumption, helping over 80,000 SMEs across 41 countries in Asia. Third, the Global Spotlight Initiative with the UN, supporting the ending of violence against women and girls. With the European Union's €500 million and working with many UN agencies, there is today greater awareness of the problem. There is more action across countries, and there are an estimated 21 million fewer women and girls affected by gender-based violence. The EU response to COVID-19. The EU and its member states have allocated €54 billion to help 140 countries globally. We've been a leading donor to COVAX and have sent over 1.4 billion vaccine doses globally. In Southeast Asia, we've given €20 million to the WHO to support healthcare systems. This EU engagement is not new. EU solidarity with countries around the world, including in the Asia-Pacific, can be seen by the fact that the EU and its member states...
May I request the distinguished delegate to conclude the statement?
Yeah. The EU and its member states give around half of all global ODA. The EU is the leading donor of humanitarian assistance, and the EU gives around 30% of climate finance globally. All this shows that the European Union remains committed to the SDGs globally and here in the Asia-Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from IFRC to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, on behalf of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies and our 192 Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, we welcome this focus on accelerating recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia-Pacific. The humanitarian crisis caused by COVID-19 has been defined by profound and persistent inequities. All over the world, we have witnessed that migrants, persons with disabilities, older persons, women, and children living in fragile settings or in countries with under-resourced health systems are disproportionately affected by diseases, disasters, and displacement. Over 2 years on, millions of lives are still at stake. Much of the world still lacks high vaccination coverage, robust health systems, or testing capacities. We need to continue to work together to make equitable access to vaccines, diagnostics and treatments a reality by putting local communities at the centre of our response. Our IFRC World Disasters Report, just launched in January, included lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic and recommendations on recovery. The report highlighted that the world wasn't well prepared for the COVID-19 pandemic, and the importance of being ready and more prepared for future pandemics and public health emergencies. Laws and policy in particular have a central role in protecting communities and regulate how, when, and by whom emergency response activities are carried out. We urge governments to use the opportunity now to update and improve legal preparedness for public health emergencies. Disasters do not stop for pandemics, though, and while dealing with COVID-19, many communities around the world continue to suffer from the impacts of climate and weather-related disasters. Our World Disasters Report also highlights the compounding effects of climate change with poverty, displacement, and the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly affecting people living in urban environments. Rapid and drastic changes are needed to our existing urban systems to deal with the impacts. And we at IFRC remain committed to supporting the most vulnerable and hard to reach as they cope with these increasing and complex disasters. We need to focus our actions more at the local level to prevent and reduce disaster impacts and strengthen the resilience of communities. We urge states to prioritise three main actions. The first is to prepare and strengthen community resilience through a multi-hazard approach to disasters. The second is to scale up the use of early warning and early action systems. And finally, to focus our efforts on those most at risk. IFRC recently committed during COP27 to the Early Warnings for All initiative, closely collaborating with UN partners, particularly to ensuring communities are prepared to respond to early warnings that will save lives. Let me conclude by thanking you and ESCAP, as well as the governments and partners present here today, for their joint efforts to accelerate the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia Pacific. The IFRC and our Red Cross and Red Crescent societies will continue to work alongside new and existing partners to support our communities in preparing for and recovering from acute and protracted emergencies, to mitigate the impact of humanitarian crises, and to reach the most vulnerable so that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegate. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from Russian Federation to be followed by the distinguished delegate from China.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые участники форума, я не буду комментировать слова представителей Европейского Союза по Украине, которые не имеют отношения к повестке форума. Весь мир видит, кто выдвигает мирные инициативы, а кто делает все для эскалации конфликта. Российская Федерация высоко оценивает деятельность ESCAP, направленную на поддержание широкого диалога по проблематике устойчивого развития ВТР и наращивания содействия странам региона и достижения целей устойчивого развития, с учетом их социально-экономических особенностей и приоритетов. Рассматриваем сегодняшнюю дискуссию как весьма своевременную возможность сверить часы с партнерами в регионе по фокусным для 2023 года ЦУР. Рассчитываем, что форум, как универсальная площадка под эгидой ESCAP, даст возможность наметить коллективные меры, которые помогли бы преодолению негативных тенденций в выполнении повестки 2030. Считаем важным ввести дискуссию по этой теме с участием всех заинтересованных сторон, представителей государственных структур и гражданского общества. Приветствуем усилия секретариата по содействию странам региона в соответствии с их потребностями в достижении ЦУР и подготовке и отчетности о прогрессе в реализации повестки 2030. Важную каталитическую роль в этом контексте призваны играть субрегиональные форумы по устойчивому развитию. Особый акцент хотели бы сделать на необходимости обеспечения инклюзивности процессов международного взаимодействия по тематике повестки 2030 и укрепления ее партнерского духа. Со своей стороны придерживаемся именно такого подхода и нацелены на то, чтобы продолжать вносить свой конструктивный вклад в работу профильных структур системы ООН, а также других действующих ВТР, интеграционных объединений и организаций, прежде всего Евразийского экономического союза, ШОС, АСЕАН и других. Намерены и дальше оказывать помощь странам ВТР в укреплении их потенциала, ориентировано на решение задач устойчивого развития. Будучи значимым донором ООН в целях развития, Россия за весь период проектного сотрудничества с ESCAP оказала поддержку реализации более 40 проектов комиссии с общим объемом российского финансирования свыше 11 миллионов долларов. Планируем продолжать свое участие в программах техсодействия по линии ESCAP. Российская Федерация привержена реализации повестки 2030. Нормативную основу работы в этом направлении у нас в стране составляет утвержденная российским правительством концепция перехода к устойчивому развитию. Намерены твердо и последовательно идти по этому пути. Готовы делиться с партнерами нашим опытом реализации повестки 2030 на национальном уровне. Данные, собранные российскими профильными ведомствами и систематизированные Росстатом, демонстрируют позитивные результаты по каждой из ЦУР. которые находятся в фокусе нынешней сессии форума. Наиболее значимые результаты зафиксированы в достижении ЦУР-6 «Чистая вода и санитария», ЦУР-7 «Недорогостоящая и чистая энергия», ЦУР-11 «Устойчивые города и население и населенные пункты», ЦУР-17 «Партнерство в интересах достижения устойчивого развития». Успешно развивается национальный проект «Чистая вода». В 2022 году было построено и модернизировано более 460 объектов питьевого водоснабжения и водоподготовки. Это позволило увеличить долю граждан, обеспеченных питьевой водой, качественной питьевой водой, до 86%. Россия обладает богатой ресурсной базой и развитой энергетической инфраструктурой. Все население страны имеет доступ к электроэнергии, причем по доступным и стабильным тарифам. С 2015 года наблюдается значительный рост производства электроэнергии с использованием возобновляемых источников энергии и мощности генерирующих установок на их основе также возрастает. В России создана специальная площадка «Экспертный совет по устойчивому развитию». В его состав входят представители компаний из всех ключевых секторов экономики: металлургии, энергетики, химической промышленности, телекоммуникации, банковского сектора, розничной торговли и так далее. В заключение хотел бы сказать, что мы убеждены в том, что наше сотрудничество на всех уровнях должно выстраиваться на прочном фундаменте единства и многосторонности, не позволяя политически мотивированным факторам, санкционной риторике и нелегитимным односторонним рестрикциям деструктивно воздействовать на общие усилия по посткоронавирусному восстановлению и реализации целей устойчивого развития. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from China to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Eurasian Economic Commission.
主席先生、女士们、先生们，中国代表团赞同阿里沙赫巴纳执秘女士、其他的开幕式嘉宾和 esteemed panelist 对亚太地区实现2030年发展议程所做的战略分析。中国代表团认为，疫后复苏的曙光就在前方，当前正是各方重塑信心、巩固团结、携手努力促进可持续发展的时机。我们必须牢牢把握好发展这一个促进疫后复苏、加速落实2030年可持续发展议程的总钥匙。作为最大的发展中国家，中国始终将发展作为第一要务，坚持走高质量的发展道路。2022年，中国经济展现出了强大的韧性和巨大的潜力。随着疫情政策的调整，中国经济的动力、内生动力将不断的释放，也必将为全球及区域的疫后复苏做出更大的贡献。中国坚持走的是以人为中心的发展道路，坚持发展依靠人民，发展为了人民，发展成果为人民共享。中国提前10年实现了联合国2030年可持续发展议程的减贫目标，建成世界上规模最大的教育体系、社会保障体系、医疗卫生体系，9年义务教育巩固率达到了95.4%，基本养老保险覆盖10亿4千万人。中国坚持走绿色创新的道路，坚持绿水青山就是金山银山的理念，统筹产业结构的调整、污染治理、生态环境保护，淘汰落后和化解过剩的产能钢铁3亿吨，建成了世界最大的清洁煤电系统，风电、光伏装机量、发电量均居世界第一。我们提出的是2030年前实现碳达峰，2060年前实现碳中和的承诺，建成全球规模最大的碳市场和清洁发电体系，促进经济社会发展的全面绿色转型。中国走的是一条造福世界的道路。习近平主席指出，各国共同发展才是真发展。中国始终是全球发展事业的坚定推动者和积极贡献者。我们提出"一带一路" 倡议和全球发展倡议，创设全球发展和南南合作基金，加大对中国联合国和平与发展基金的投入，推进减贫、粮食安全、生态保护、互联互通
May I
的国际合
request the
作。
distinguished delegate to conclude the statement, please?
I'm wrapping up, Mr. Chair. 中国落实2030年可持续发展议程取得上述这些成就，一个是得益于坚定的政治意愿，我们坚持中国共产党的领导，走适合自己的中国式现代化道路；二是得益于有效的制度保障；三是得益于广泛的社会共识。去年，中国共产党第20次全国代表大会胜利召开，开启了全面建设社会主义现代化国家新征程。中国将坚定不移地走中国式现代化道路，也愿同亚太各方一道，共同推进地区和全球的发展事业，携手构建全球发展共同体。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegate. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from Eurasian Economic Commission?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my great pleasure and honor to deliver a special address by His Excellency Mr. Mikhail Misnikovich, Chairman of the Board of the Eurasian Economic Commission. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Eurasian Economic Commission, the supranational body of the Eurasian Economic Union, I welcome the participants of the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I would like to extend warm congratulations on the opening of the forum and express appreciation to all the member states and participating organizations for their progress on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In today's increasingly globalized world, the Asia-Pacific region has become one of the most dynamic and promising centers of economic development. This forum is taking place at a very important moment in our global history. The world is facing unprecedented crises that have influenced every aspect of our lives and have made the implementation of the UN Agenda for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals even more difficult. The Eurasian Economic Union, as the largest integration association in Eurasia, stands by the development of the regional economic integration as an important driver of sustainable and inclusive economic growth for its member states. As our experience has shown, integration processes provide countries with additional opportunities to make significant progress in the implementation of the UN 2030 Agenda. The theme of the forum is as relevant as ever. The pandemic of the coronavirus infection, COVID-19, has a significant impact on the development of global socio-economic processes. The global economic and geopolitical crisis that followed the pandemic complicated the international situation. However, the spread of the pandemic has also given humanity the opportunity to show solidarity and to turn the current crisis into an incentive to strengthen mutually beneficial multilateral partnerships. At the same time, the key task is to prevent the depreciation of already achieved results in the field of sustainable development and the formation of a strategy for effective recovery. Subsequently, I am pleased to underscore that the Eurasian Economic Union adopted a number of timely measures and decisions aimed at ensuring economic stability and effective development. We are confident that the taken supranational measures will lead to the strengthening of cooperation among member states and the increased impact of Eurasian integration on sustainable development. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the Eurasian Economic Commission, in close coordination and collaboration with its member states, stands ready to continue and deepen strategic partnerships with regional and sub-regional organizations to accelerate progress towards the sustainable development goals and to uphold the principle of a multipolar world order. I look forward to taking into account the recommendations and guidance on the sub-regional priorities in Asia-Pacific region shared during the forum. I wish everyone productive work and all the best. Mikhail Misnikovich, Chairman of the Board of the Eurasian Economic Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, participants, we have now reached the end of the time allotted for this agenda item. I can see 9 more distinguished delegates on the list, but we have side events, and I've in fact gone 10 minutes more than the time allocated for this agenda item. So with that, I sincerely apologize to the delegations who have not yet been given the floor. I invite them to submit their written statements to the Secretariat, or I have just been informed by the Secretary that they can take the opportunity to speak in a different agenda item, covering whatever aspects that you had in mind to speak here. We will take the statements on the APFSD's webpage, and we'll give due considerations for inclusion in my summary. So the meeting has thus concluded its deliberation under agenda item 2. This afternoon we shall resume the meeting at 1400 hours. It says Bangkok time here. Under agenda item 3, towards the 2023 SDG Summit, which I will have the pleasure of moderating in the afternoon. I would now like to invite the Secretary to make some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, during the break now, several side events will be running in parallel, hosted by different member states, UN entities, and other partners on key topics that are linked to the theme of the forum. Additionally, the Sustainability and Innovation Corner on Level 1 will open with live demonstrations. We've also provided information on these events and accessibility for the APFSD on the screens behind me. Also, please refer to the APFSD meeting website, which will provide details on the side events. We also have a QR code to a survey on climate neutrality up on the screen behind me. I would be grateful if you could complete this survey, take the time to complete it, as our aim is to make this forum sustainable and climate neutral. For delegates physically present, please be informed that the international cafeteria is located on the first floor of the UNCC building. In addition, you can also find the Rajapurik Lounge located on the ground floor of the building, which serves a number of light meals. And also on the ground floor, you can find the One Tamban, One Product Festival, where there'll be a number of locally made products made by various communities in Thailand. We'll be meeting again in this hall and via Zoom at 2 p.m. to resume agenda item 3. I would be grateful for your cooperation so we can try and keep and maintain the schedule. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the side events and lunch. Thank you.
Thank you all for the contributions and for an excellent segment. The meeting is adjourned, and we shall see you at 2. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I hope you all had a pleasant lunch and enjoyed the side events. I know some of us had very long side events, so I hope you had time to have lunch. I call this meeting to order. During this session, we will commence with the discussions on Agenda Item 3 towards the 2023 SDG Summit. The document pertinent to this session is Asia and the Pacific Sustainable Development Goals Progress Report 2023, Championing Sustainability Despite Adversities, ESCAP /RFSD 2023/3. This session is structured as follows. We will have two panel discussions. The first focuses on the midterm review of the SDGs in Asia and the Pacific, challenges and opportunities for accelerating the SDGs in the region. The second panel will focus on the transformative actions and partnerships for the SDGs in Asia and the Pacific. Afterwards, I will open the floor to the delivery of country and stakeholder statements. It is my pleasure now to invite Mr. Lee Jin-hua, Under-Secretary General, United Nations Development of Economic and Social Affairs, to deliver opening remarks.
Thank you, Excellency. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to interact with you again today at this session. We have been constantly alarmed that the SDG is in crisis, but we do have an opportunity to turn the tide, and this year will probably the last chance. The SDG Summit in coming September must launch a rescue mission. Member states must take the opportunity of the summit to recommit to the SDGs by announcing transformative actions that will close their SDG achievement gaps. Member states must also relaunch their partnerships and engage all stakeholders to develop the concrete transformative solutions. The UN system has been supporting member states' preparations for the SDG Summit across a number of fronts. Most importantly, we are working tirelessly to ensure that the deliberations and outcomes of the SDG Summit are backed by the sound data and the meaningful policy analysts, with the clear-eyed to the actions that can work to close the most yawning gaps in progress and accelerate our race to finish the line. We know that the firm determination, bold innovation, collective action, and strong solidarity demonstrated by member states can bring the SDGs within reach. Our job is to provide the tools and the support that the member states need to determine and define the most effective and impactful actions. Our debate today can bring the clarity on what is possible, yet transformative, ambitious enough to achieve a future with peace, equality, sustainability, and the most effective multilateralism. At the global level, Ireland and Qatar, the co-facilitators of the Politician Declaration to be issued as the SDG Summit, are aimed at the inspiring outcome, and the first informal consultation showed that all member states are committed to adopting the declaration by consensus. A candid regional dialogue like this will help to ensure that the voice of the Asia-Pacific is heard clearly and loudly. You can advance further the thinking on the reform of the international financial architecture, mobilizing the power of digital technologies, and retooling the global economy so it is sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. You may also bring forward recommendations for essential services that are high in quality and universal. protecting and promoting health, education, social justice, gender equality, and human dignity. Lessons from the region might also provide insights into practical ways for rapid decarbonization to curb the global temperature rise. And you can help garner support for developing countries to address the current crisis and build resilience. The outcomes of this forum can serve as a critical input to deliberations at the high-level political forum in July and help inform discussions shaping the outcomes of the SDG summit in September. We will be counting on the countries of the Pacific region to bring your unique experiences, innovative ideas, and ambitious recommendations to the table, to the discussion, and to the summit. I call on each of you to come to the SDG summit with a clear benchmarked action plan for moving the 2030 agenda forward. I'm looking forward to hearing your voice more substantively. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for setting the scene and providing the linkage to the SDG summit that is going to take place under the auspices of the General Assembly in September. Next, we will hear from the Secretariat a review of the progress of implementing the 2023 agenda at the midterm point. It is my pleasure to invite Ms. Armida Salisa Al-Jasaba, Under-Secretary General of United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is a great pleasure to welcome you again to the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The high-level interventions at the opening of our forum this morning were an invitation for our region to be bolder and more ambitious in implementing the SDGs as we reach the halfway stage of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With this presentation, I would like to share with you ESCAP's assessment of the starting point for accelerated action in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. ESCAP's annual Asia-Pacific SDG Progress Report, now in its 7th year of publication, is central to our understanding and provides a coherent picture of progress in our region and its sub-regions. We have worked with regional partners, as shown on screen, to both monitor progress and highlight national achievements of the SDGs. So, what does this year's progress assessments tell us? Once again, the assessment shows that we are still far from where we need to be, except for some steady progress under Goal 7 on affordable and clean energy, but also with caveat that in terms of the renewable energy is still actually off track. And Goal 9 on industry, infrastructure, and innovation, the pace has been too slow to reach all of the goals by 2030. The data also shows that we are moving in the wrong direction when it comes to climate action, or Goal 13. With slow action on reducing emission, Asian Pacific is both the most vulnerable region due to a changing climate and increasingly a contributor to it. Available data also shows that the COVID-19 pandemic, while by no means the reason for slow and negative progress, has further derailed the progress across the board, from food insecurity to unemployment, especially among the youth. The progress assessment also shows us where the region could be heading by 2030. The green shows us, for example, that with our current trajectories, only about 10% of the measurable targets will be achieved by 2030. The preponderance of yellow and red reconfirms that we are still far off track. For example, from promoting renewable energy and protecting our people from disaster and food insecurity. And the gray areas, such as Goal 5 on gender equality and Goal 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions show targets that cannot be tracked yet because of lack of data or as yet unmeasurable targets. The past 5 years have seen SDG indicators with sufficient data double in numbers, but the momentum is slowing down. Therefore, our work on SDG data and statistics at the national, regional, and global levels will still need to continue to fill the remaining gaps. What's available here in the SDG progress assessment mirrors the reality around us, a world of heightened risk, undermining hard-won development gains, and moving us ever further from the inclusive, resilient, and sustainable region we aspire to. In short, it calls for unprecedented action. The response to COVID-19 pandemic gave us a glimpse of what such unprecedented action looks like, especially here in Asian Pacific. Social protection was rolled out in record time to save lives. Innovative financing instruments are opening up new opportunities. The business case for switching to renewables is ever so clear and irrefutable. It also shows that even when uncertainties are stacking up against us, we have enough tools to navigate turbulence. Allow me to highlight some of them and where momentum is taking shape across our region. First, a holistic risk reduction system designed for overlapping hazards of disease, disaster, and climate change. It would cost around $270 billion a year, or less than 1% of regional GDP and a third of current annual losses. The ESCAP Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction meeting later this year will give us a head start to roll out the United Nations Executive Action Plan on Early Warnings for All 2023-2027 in our region. But a risk reduction system is not enough without a well-resourced social protection system as the first line of defense in a crisis. The action plan to strengthen regional cooperation on social protection in Asia Pacific is our anchor to work with countries to raise the level of ambitions on social protection, something that is still out of reach for half of the population. But no amount of resilience is enough when the global temperature continues to rise above 2 degrees. Rapid and inclusive net zero transition will help us move away from this catastrophic pathway. The good news is that the changeover to renewables is affordable and viable. Increasingly, the cheapest new source of energy and the one that brings with it higher numbers of jobs and greater energy security. Momentum is growing for clean energy to be better connected across borders. The regional roadmap on power system connectivity gives us the mandate to develop the necessary institutional setup for power systems to be connected and for clean energy to be traded across borders. And we have a game plan to address the punishing consequences of rising emissions, a regional action program on air pollution, something that is a silent public health emergency in our region. Finance and investment are uniquely placed to propel the transitions needed, but they need to be accessible and affordable to developing economies in times of need. This is the essence of the SDG stimulus package that the Secretary General is calling for. Realigning finance with sustainability goals will require innovative financing and the full participation of capital markets, building on the momentum we are already seeing with green bonds and Paris-aligned pledges on climate investment in their portfolio from major financiers. Of course, businesses are also not sitting still. The Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business by ESBN or ESCAP Sustainable Business Network is an important step in the right direction. And we will need more with financial institutions such as the GFAN or the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero to rise to the challenge. With the distinguished panelists today, we hope to bring to light more of the transformative actions and initiatives that exist around the region and inspire others to identify their own high-impact initiative and transformative policies and investment, and take bigger and bolder climate solution. It is just a start of what I hope will be a year-long journey for us to arrive at the SDG Summit in September with bigger and bolder action, and at COP28 with a level of ambition that matches the emergency unfolding around us in the region, and it doesn't end there. We look to the leadership of many of you today to fight the good fight and to give us a fighting chance to achieve the 70 goals by 2030. Please count on us all, ESCAP, and all the UN system as your trusted partner in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for a comprehensive stocktake of progress. Let me now invite the speakers of the first panel to come to the stage. Good afternoon once again. In this first panel, we will examine challenges and opportunities for accelerating the SDGs in the region and entry points for action. It's my pleasure now to invite His Excellency Mr. David Naga Koming, Minister for Local Government, Malaysia, to share with us his perspectives on transformative actions for the SDGs in our region.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. Her Excellency, Madam Amida Saucia, Under-Secretary General of United Nations and Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP. His Excellency Muhammad Aslam, Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure of Maldives and Sessions Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The great philosopher Lao Tzu once said, "A thousand miles of journey begins with a single step." We have taken so many steps to reach here. And if we believe sustainable development goal is our objective, we must work together as a team, and we believe we are stronger together. Ladies and gentlemen, It is my utmost pleasure to be here today, and I thank the Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP for inviting Malaysia to this important forum on sustainable development for the Asia-Pacific. We all recognize that this year, 2023, marks the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. With just 7 years to achieve the desired goals and targets, concerted and coordinated efforts are required at all levels of government within the country, and strong cooperation with regional organizations and governments is needed to address urgent climate actions. We congratulate the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific for organizing this 10th session of Asia-Pacific Forum of Sustainable Development. This inclusive intergovernmental forum is important as we continue to share our challenges and experiences to deliver a common goal. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Malaysia remains committed to achieve the goals. Institutional frameworks have been set to ensure inclusive participation involve all levels of stakeholders in our pursuit to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. This is important as COVID-19 pandemic has reversed some of our gains in SDG progress earlier and has further exacerbated existing social and economic inequalities. Out of the 146 indicators available in 2020, 34% have improved, 23% have not changed, and 28% have decreased, while the remaining 15% are non-statistical indicators. These setbacks have made Malaysia more committed to gain and improve its SDG achievement as we battle to recover from the pandemic, as well as adapt and mitigate the impact of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Ministry of Local Government Development, our focus is in 7 key areas that will effectively accelerate the localization of the SDGs. These include enhancing our smart and sustainable cities agenda, develop and empower local government, strengthen municipal finance, develop a comprehensive housing plan, empower the communities, irregardless of race, manage our solid waste effectively and efficiently towards circular economy, and strengthen the readiness of our firefighters. These focus areas are crucial as Malaysia embark on quick and impactful solutions to address the immediate needs of the people. And SDG 11 is most important to us as 77% of Malaysians today resides in cities, and sustainable urbanization is the solution to address the city challenges. Housing the people and ensuring the delivery of quality, affordable homes is one of our core mandates. We are spearheading numerous affordable housing programs in line with our national housing policy. These include the People Housing Program, housing for youth, people-friendly homes, and to ensure access to financing and settle the bankability issues. A home ownership program was introduced by Malaysia to consolidate and provide comprehensive information on the housing ecosystem. As at today, 76.9% Malaysians own a home. These initiatives are developed and promoted through collaborations with numerous government agencies as well as private entities. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 12 Malaysia plan to meet current and future housing needs, the ministry is committed to build 500,000 units, affordable housing units by 2025. And this will be built with 5 key principles, which is number 1, accessibility, livability, connectivity, good community, and last but not the least, sustainability. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, environmental sustainability is an important urban agenda, and this calls for a comprehensive multi-sectoral approach to encourage transformation of current practices and adoption of innovative and creative solutions. Waste management is a key concern for Malaysia, and circular economy in solid waste management can help to close the loop of waste products. We are developing the blueprint for circular economy in solid waste management and undertaking to build integrated waste management facilities that will turn waste into energy and turn rubbish to gold. Material recovery and recycling facilities will be intensified as we promote the concept of waste to gold to improve the country's recycling rate from our current 33% to the target of 40% by 2025. One impactful effort being undertaken by the ministry is to build 100 drive-through recycling centers in cities across the country. These easy-to-access centers will encourage and increase recycling activity that offers cash redemption as incentive to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, for Malaysia, we have recently launched an initiative to reconnect the forests in peninsular Malaysia. A master plan for ecological linkage of our central forest spine has been prepared to ensure that the forest area network and the national biodiversity are effectively and feasibly preserved and increase our forest coverage from 43% to 50%. We have to date, ladies and gentlemen, 11,773 public parks and open spaces that are made accessible to the people. We have also planted 58.52 million trees to date, and the target is 100 million trees to be planted by 2025, which provide 20 meters square of open spaces and green areas to every resident. This will enhance the quality of our urban areas, provide social spaces that improve livability, cool our cities, reduce carbon emissions, and at the same time conserve and protect the biodiversity of the cities. Malaysia has also developed the low carbon mobility blueprint, which are strategies and action plans for the land transport sector to achieve the objective of reducing energy consumption and GHG emission by the year 2030. To spearhead this strategic initiative towards the development and deployment of electric vehicles in Malaysia, my ministry has developed the planning guidelines of EV charging stations in Malaysia. This will accelerate the use of electric vehicles and enhance EV infrastructure availability to encourage more EV users that will enhance our environmental quality. Local government, local economy sustainability is equally important to recover from COVID-19. Hence, we undertake to improve and enhance our city-built environment. Existing markets are being upgraded to improve its age condition that will help improve businesses and its income. Buildings are encouraged to use renewable energy, reuse rainwater, to install rainwater harvesting system, and adopt green building indexes. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, there are many more efforts undertaken to ensure we achieve the 2030 agenda. Our focus at the ministry is to localize the SDGs in line with phase 2 of our national SDG implementation plan. This means that every program and budget allocated must be aligned to the SDG target, while at the same time are feasible, cost-effective, transparent, and credible. I am sure over the next few days, while we gathered here to participate, to innovate, and to accelerate SDGs, we will learn more of other governments' efforts, and my team and I are looking forward to learning from others, discuss potential opportunities, and collaborate as we journey the next 7 years together. I would like to close by thanking the Chair for this opportunity to share Malaysia's progress, and once again, we wish to reaffirm our country's commitment to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing with us Malaysia's experience. Next, I have the pleasure to introduce a video message by His Excellency Mr. Abzal Karimov, Vice Minister of National Economy, the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Dear forum participants, the COVID-19 pandemic have once again proved that the world shall make active steps towards ensuring sustainable development. Regional cooperation based on the principles of proactive cooperation, partnership, and mutual benefit has always been one of our pivotal priorities. The UN's 2030 Agenda is a global strategy that embraces social, economic, and environmental issues. Kazakhstan have integrated the SDGs principles into national programs and strategies. Thus, the process of SDG implementation had a fairly good starting point. Therefore, 262 national SDG indicators have been approved. The SDGs Coordination Council functions under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister in order to effectively implement the SDG commitments that Kazakhstan made. The Council's work is carried out in 5 core areas of the SDGs: people, planet, prosperity, partnership, and peace. The 2021-2025 Cooperation for Sustainable Development Program is being implemented, United Nations active support. The program is aimed at people's rights and opportunities in Kazakhstan. To promote the Sustainable Development Goals, a vast amount of work was done last year. At the high-level political forum, Kazakhstan presented the second voluntary national review on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals that was held at the UN headquarters in New York. Following the presentation of the review, representatives of the international community and the forum participants highly appreciated the SDGs implementing process in Kazakhstan. Currently, the country provides advisory support to other countries to form the national reviews. Moreover, heads of governments of Central Asian countries took part in the second regional summit on Sustainable Development Goals, which is held in Almaty. The summit stipulated a proactive platform to solve the most complex issues of the region by sharing experience and knowledge and developing sustainable solutions for the benefit of the entire region. The government has taken support measures to stabilize the labor market condition as well as boost economic recovery in the post-crisis period. As a result, unemployment rate in 2020 and 2021 was maintained at 4.9%. A new environmental code complying with international standards has been adopted, removing industry restrictions, introducing new areas for lending to micro and small businesses, subsidizing vulnerable industries, and other measures have been taken to support SMEs. As a result of the measures taken to restore the country's economy, according to preliminary estimates, GDP in 2022 increased by 3.2% compared to last year. The government is taking further systemic measures to promote the achievement of the sustainable development of the country. For example, the Population Income Increase Program is being implemented. The Kazakhstan Low Carbon Development Strategy has been approved to reduce the carbon footprint, as well as other measures. We plan to open the UN Regional Center for Sustainable Development Goals for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty, Kazakhstan. Achieving the global agenda objectives requires countries' joint efforts based on the principles of the partnership. Dear Forum delegates, today we are facing various regional problems. By solving them, might trust our efforts to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Therefore, we must combine our efforts to develop more effective policies and practical solutions for the benefit of each country. The 2020 Agenda implementation by taking into account the interests of all stakeholders nationwide is a pivotal mission in the long term. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Ajay Kumar Chaha, Director, Center for Community Economics and Development Consultant Society, to share the perspectives of the civil society on accelerating the SDGs in the lead up to the SDG Summit.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Executive Secretary, ESCAP, Excellencies and friends. Since morning, we have been hearing what has been the progress in Asia Pacific, and we now also have the insights from the Global Sustainable Development Reports. Dr. Montaya sitting along is also one of the experts who did this report. And these reports, along with many other reports, are saying that though we are halfway there, but we are nowhere near the Agenda 2030. And I mean, it's very troubling to see that even in 2030, there will be 570 million people who will be in extreme hunger, and there will be 670 million people who will be in abject poverty. In terms of hunger, this is exactly the same number which was there in 2015 when we started on the promise of the Agenda 25. We are extremely happy and appreciative of the momentum that is being created towards the SDG Summit and also Summit of the Future. But let me ground the conversation in systemic barriers and challenges. Even though we are moving towards the SDG Summit and Summit of the Future next year, and I'm mentioning them together because UN Secretary General is saying that these are the twin summits which will sort of prove a game changer for the Agenda 2030. So even though we are moving towards the summit, there is a question that whether we are addressing the systemic barriers. I mean, if we look at what is the scenario of the aid or the ODA, even at its best, 161 billion, it was less than 1% of the total fiscal stimulus that was given during the pandemic. So the rich countries could not mobilize more than 1% for their less fortunate brethren, even amid the pandemic. We already have a deficit running into almost $6 trillion in the ODA, which could have wiped out the abject poverty many times over. If we look at trade, the WTO Ministerial Conference failed to make therapeutics and medicine patent-free, and because of which, huge amounts of population in the LICs is still waiting for its first shot of the vaccine. New trade measures, if we look at Inflation Reduction Act last year, which aims to mobilize and given subsidies something around $390 billion over the 10 years, has huge potential of reshoring the green companies or big companies. They would definitely want to go to US to avail of these subsidies, and we will be deprived of new research, new availability of new technology, etc. Similarly, carbon border adjustment measures of the EU, it's a good step towards greening the trade, but when you look at what can be the implications, I mean, that will shrink the market access available to the developing countries. And developing countries have already expressed their reservations on these of the two new trade measures, which has potential of starting new trade wars. Without addressing these kind of systemic barriers, I mean, it's not clear to us in the civil society organizations that how barriers related to aid, trade, ODA, geopolitical struggles, geopolitical stresses, how without addressing that, we can move closer towards the Agenda 2030 with the help of the SDG Summit and the Summit of the Future. One of the concerns for the civil society organizations is that these SDG Summit and Summit of the Future, we look as a tool to implement our common agenda. That is good. There are so many very, so to say, progressive recommendations in our common agenda. But what we are also concerned is the approach of the networked multilateralism, which is popularly we call it multi-stakeholderism. I mean, on the face of it, it looks benign. But when you look into the modality, it is about pitching civil society organizations, private corporations, and philanthropies and member states in the same pedestal. And that is hugely problematic because of the power asymmetry that lies between civil society organizations and private enterprise and business and philanthropies. We have seen and experienced United Nations moving closer to private business and enterprise and philanthropies. And in that, our central concern is that member states, I mean, UN's financial sustainability itself is not looking very good. And member states' donation form less than 10% of untied aid for the UN. And that we think has huge implications for its independence and neutrality, and also how does it functions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay Kumar, for your insightful remarks. Next, I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Jamie Montoya, University of Philippines, member of the Independent Group of Scientists for the 2023 Global Sustainable Development Report, to share his perspectives on accelerating the SDGs based on his work with the 2023 report.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends. It is an honor to be able to participate in this conference and be invited as a member of the Independent Group of Scientists for GSDR 2023. At this midway point to GSDR 2030, the GSDR 2023 will provide a synthesis of the key transformation shifts needed across different entry points based on GSDR 2019, which includes human well-being and capabilities, sustainable and just economies, food systems and healthy nutrition, energy decarbonization and universal access, urban and peri-urban development, and the global environmental commons, as well as a framework for understanding how these transformations may unfold over time. We, however, have to take the premise that no one size fits all, and strategies, programs, and interventions should be taken in the local and regional context. With the assessment that at the current state of efforts, the world is far off track in meeting the SDG targets and goals in 2030, we cannot work in the mode of business as usual. Without urgent course of action, humanity will face prolonged hunger, disease, conflict, and disaster. In 2023, the situation is even worse due to the slow implementation and confluence of crises, the pandemic, inflation, and the rising cost of living, armed conflict, and natural disasters. The Asia-Pacific region has progressed in some areas, including access to energy, but has regressed in others, notable of which climate action and responsible consumption and production. With rapidly rising energy demands, the region has struggled to accelerate the transition to clean energy, and during 2020 and 2021, there was increasing investment in coal production. COVID-19 caused major setbacks on poverty eradication, particularly in South Asia. Conflicts are increasing, energy costs, and disrupting trade and supply chains, and causing damage to tourism. More ambitious actions and transformative interventions are needed to accelerate progress towards the SDGs. Given the diversity of the goals and targets, an integrated and coherent approach of implementation is needed. Given the previously mentioned entry points, the 2019 report suggested utilizing 4 levers to bring about transformation in these entry points: governance, economy and finance, science and technology, and individual and collective action. The 2023 report adds a 5th lever, capacity building, as a development of or mobilization of capacity is crucial for the transformation process. Supporting the transformation process would require enhancing capacities in strategic, direction, foresight, orchestration, engagement, and negotiation, identifying and overcoming impediments, and in learning and resilience. The 2023 report highlights important shifts needed across each entry point to accelerate progress towards the SDGs. It also provides examples of how specific policy, finance, technology, and behavioral changes could be combined and synergized to realize the necessary transformations. Transformation shifts for each entry point from global scenarios will include, among which are the following: for human well-being capabilities, scaling up of investments in primary health care, accelerating secondary education enrollment and completion, and ensuring all girls are enrolled, and increase investments in water and sanitation infrastructure to ensure water access. For sustainable and just economies, encourage inclusive, pro-poor growth, including progressive redistribution measures, doubling welfare transfers in low-income countries, rollout of good practice climate policies, and global carbon pricing, encouraging investments in green innovation and circular and sharing economy models. For food systems and health nutrition, improving affordability, increasing yields while reducing inputs and negative impacts, and more sustainable and efficient measures in retailing, processing, and distribution, as well as measures in the demand side with shifting towards healthier and more diversified diets and reducing post-harvest losses and food waste. For energy decarbonization and universal access, large-scale deployment of renewable technologies, scaling up of infrastructure investment and support for universal electricity access, and clean cooking alternatives, major changes in global consumer behavior to reduce energy consumption. For urban and peri-urban development, more use of electric cars, better public transport with urban infrastructure oriented to people and pedestrians and not cars, and good practice policies for transport buildings and waste. For global environmental commons, expanding protected areas, abandoning intensive agricultural practices in protected areas, reforestation of degraded forest areas, shifting societal preferences towards conservation and use. Overall, common impediments have to be overcome. Deficits in governance, institutional capacities, financing and infrastructure hamper progress. In most instances, ingrained practices and behaviors may have to be changed if sustainable development is to take place. The report provides a model to better understand the transformation process through a systematic and structured approach, what we call the S-curve transformation in 3 phases: emergence, acceleration, and stabilization. During the first emergence phase, innovative ideas give rise to new technologies and practices. If successful during the second phase or the acceleration phase, innovation will expand and reach tipping points, beyond which they are widely shared and adopted, leading to rapid, nonlinear growth. Finally, in the third phase, stabilization, these technologies and practices become pervasive in daily life as the new normal. All of these transformations should be based on science. The scientific method based on observation and testing hypotheses reduces uncertainty, identifies tipping points, accelerates the uptake of innovations, and lays the foundation for the next frontier of ideas. The report argues for science that is multidisciplinary, equitable, inclusive, openly shared, and widely trusted. More scientific activity should be framed and produced outside of high-income countries, and once successful, should be widely accessible. These are some of the insights that will be proposed and are included in the report for GSDR 2023. Thank you very much for your attention and time.
Thank you, Dr. Jamie, and thank you very much for the 3 very distinguished panelists in this session. This also gives me the perfect segue into the second panel. In the second panel, the panelists will focus on the high-impact initiatives and game-changing solutions that exist in our region and the necessary partnerships for achieving the 17 goals. I would now invite the panelists for the next session. And thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have a long list of panelists here and lots of statements, about 8 of that. So I would request the panelists to keep their statements to 5 to 7 minutes, please. I have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Min Bahadur Shrestha, Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, to reflect on the national visions for achieving the SDGs, opportunities and challenges for acceleration.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We are still struggling with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, recent geopolitical crises and natural disasters occurring across the world pose a huge threat to the global community. Sustainable Development Goals are a global commitment to end poverty, protect the environment, and achieve peace and prosperity by 2030. Where we are at the midpoint in implementation of SDGs. The progress in achievement of some of the SDGs has been notable in Nepal. Our development efforts have yielded some good progress in socio-economic sectors such as poverty reduction, education, and health. After our continuous effort, the incidence of multidimensional poverty has been reduced to 17.4%. The prevalence of undernourishment, stunting, and wasting among children has significantly decreased. In health sector, the maternal mortality rate has decreased to 239 per 100,000 live birth. The net enrollment in primary education reached around 95%. The net enrollment with affirmative action, women's participation at decision-making levels in both private and public sectors has increased. Also, the basic water supply coverage in the country has reached 94%, and the basic sanitation coverage has reached 99%. Similarly, the electricity access has reached 93% of total households. The fallout of COVID-19 brought a negative growth rate of 2.4% in 2020, but it has increased to 5.5% in 2022. The manufacturing sector contributes only 6.4% of GDP due to some structural impediments. The inequality measured by Gini coefficient was 0.31 in 2022. The strategies and schemes for social security and protection have been expanded. The number of local levels adopting the climate change adoption plans has been significantly increased. Compared to the gains made so far, the work to be done ahead is quite large. The Constitution of Nepal has provisions with equity-based principles, justice, and inclusion. This provides the base for the implementation of the SDGs, particularly to achieve the goals of no one left behind. New laws and regulations have also been enacted to cater to the needs of the vulnerable segment of the society. SDGs have been integrated into our national planning and policy framework. However, process of mainstreaming it into local level planning and budgeting system has remained slow. Furthermore, institutional architecture has been designed to facilitate the implementation process. A steering committee has been formed under the chairmanship of Right Honorable Prime Minister. Likewise, implementation and monitoring committee and number of thematic committees also have been formed. Nepal has been recommended for graduation from ELDC category by 2026. Now we are formulating a graduation strategy for ensuring a smooth, sustainable, and irreversible graduation. We are confident that the successful and sustainable graduation will also help to achieve SDGs. Much remains to be done to achieve the goals. Some of the most pressing issues we have today are protecting the environment and people, leveraging digital opportunities, raising financial resources through broadening the tax base, and producing the disaggregated data for making evidence-based policies, managing the balance of payment and reducing the trade deficit in order to minimize the pressure on foreign currency reserve, and creating new employment opportunities is crucial for us. I believe that the deliberations made in this event will help us in exploring an effective and comprehensive cooperation mechanisms at regional and global level. This will help meaningfully in materializing economic transformation and achieving SDGs. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for recounting solutions for accelerating the SDGs progress in Nepal and for our region. Next, I have the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Zhang Haidi, Chairperson of China Disabled Persons Federation, to deliver her statement.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Alisha Pana, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to attend this summit to share China's experience in promoting the inclusive development of persons with disabilities and exchange views on accelerating progress towards the SDGs. ESCAP has supported member states to implement 3 Asian and Pacific decades of persons with disabilities and made significant contributions to disability inclusion in the region. Last year, ESCAP member states proclaimed a new disability decade from 2023 to 2032. Hereby, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to ESCAP. Thank you. The 2030 Agenda is the first UN document on global development to incorporate disability issues. To commemorate this significant progress during the UN Sustainable Development Summit in 2015, China and the UN jointly issued a commemorative stamp sheet with the theme of disability. The beautiful melodies sung by Chinese blind children and the touching scenes at the launching ceremony still come back to my mind from time to time. China has been an active practitioner of the 2030 Agenda. There are 85 million persons with disabilities in China. Following the CRPD and the SDGs, the Chinese government gives high priority to develop disability issues and has taken effective measures to improve the living conditions of persons with disabilities. Disability issues have been included in its five-year plan for national economic and social development, and the 8 5-year development programs for disabled persons have been successively implemented. Up to now, 7.1 million impoverished persons with disabilities in rural areas have taken lift out of absolute poverty as scheduled. A series of policies have been introduced to promote the employment of disabled people. For advancing the employment of women with disabilities, a program, Beautiful Crafts Workshops, was initiated to help 10,000 disabled women get employed. The accessible environments in urban and rural areas have been improved, and the barrier-free facilities have been installed for millions of households. Starting in 2016, China has issued living allowances for people with financial difficulties and nursing care subsidies for those with severe disabilities, benefiting more than 27 million people. Some provincial governments have been gradually raising the subsidy standard following their economic and social development. Community and house-based daycare services are provided. And more recently, we have been promoting a bathing aid program for people with severe disabilities to help them live more decently. Over 10,000 students with disabilities are admitted by universities each year. The Chinese sports delegation ranked first at the gold medal and overall medals tables of the Paralympic Games for 5 consecutive times. Last year, we witnessed together a successful and fantastic Beijing Paralympic Winter Games. In 2015, I put forward a proposal of establishing a national university of rehabilitation sciences, which received strong support from the Chinese government and was included in the National Development Plan. A modernized university campus has been built, and the first 58 doctoral students have been recruited and trained jointly with relevant universities. I believe this university will foster more talents. Welcome to join us. I took office as president of Rehabilitation International in 2016. With the financial support from the Chinese government, RI has carried out a fruitful cooperation with ESCAP and relevant countries. This May, the centennial celebration of RI will be held in Beijing, and concurrently, the RI Award of Outstanding Achievements will again to presented to the winners, each of whom will be awarded $200,000 US. 100 individuals or organizations who have made remarkable contributions to the rights and the development of persons with disabilities will also be awarded. Hoping that disability issues could receive more attention from the international community, you are all welcome to Beijing. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this year is the important midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs and the beginning of the fourth decade confronting various challenges. I have three recommendations as follows. First, competent government departments should further incorporate disability issues and adopt opinions of DPOs when formulating and implementing policies. Care about the life and the development of people with disabilities, especially women and children, and improve their well-being through economic empowerment and social protection. Second, technology innovation and data collection should be enhanced to better facilitate the equal participation of disabled people in social life. Third, even stronger collaboration among Asia-Pacific countries should be developed to implement the regional communities on disability, including Jakarta Declaration, Incheon Strategy, and the Beijing Action Plan. A few years ago, I once suggested a conference on women with disabilities organized in Beijing, and I hope it will come true in the near future. China will continue to make unremitting efforts towards the goal of leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing with us the insights into accelerating actions for the SDGs without leaving no one behind and making disability inclusive development a reality in our region. It's now my pleasure to introduce a video message by His Excellency Mr. Kao Kim Horun, Secretary General, ASEAN.
Excellency Amida Salsa Alicia Bana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, Ministers, and Senior Officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to start by congratulating ESCAP for successfully convening the 10th session of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. This important platform is a timely opportunity for decision makers and stakeholders to exchange views on effectively navigating the current regional policy landscape on sustainable development. I am encouraged by the participation of various governments and stakeholders in the forum, which demonstrates our strong commitment towards working closely together to overcome challenges as well as thrive in the new normal. Indeed, the challenges we face today go beyond ensuring the region's post-pandemic recovery. Emerging issues and challenges are related to food security, energy resiliency, and climate change, among others, require effective, inclusive, as well as sustainable solutions. In this regard, ASEAN places sustainable development as an integral guiding policy in its efforts to realize a stronger, more resilient, and greener ASEAN community. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to highlight ASEAN's efforts and activities relevant to sustainable development goals as follows. First and foremost, ASEAN has consistently placed high-level political commitment to achieve the SDGs. Concretely, the ASEAN leaders underlined the complementarities between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. The synergy between these development agendas is propelled by a whole of ASEAN approach, where ASEAN sectoral bodies are contributing through the implementation of their work plans. This led to the development of the Complementarities Initiative, which covers 5 priority areas, namely, first, poverty eradication; second, infrastructure and connectivity; third, sustainable management of natural resources; fourth, sustainable consumption and production; and fifth, resilience. ASEAN's high-level political commitment is being translated into concrete actions. ASEAN is mobilizing multiple policy frameworks at the regional level to spur dynamic actions at the national level and vice versa. For example, the current implementation of the framework for circular economy for the ASEAN Economic Community and the ASEAN Taxonomy on Sustainable Finance is gearing the region towards a low-carbon future. Also, the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality is currently being developed for endorsement by the ASEAN Economic Minister in 2023. ASEAN is also working on the adoption of the ASEAN's principles of sustainable minerals development, which will enhance the governance, economic, social, and environmental outcomes of the minerals mining sector in the region. Likewise, we are accelerating the implementation of the ASEAN Sustainable Urbanization Strategy to enhance the region's connectivity by achieving 3 strategic outcomes, namely a high quality of life, competitive economy, and sustainable development. ASEAN has also undertaken efforts to give the priority to the people of ASEAN by putting the key emphasis of care at the center of public policy through the adoption of the ASEAN Comprehensive Framework on Care Economy. The framework advances the agenda on unpaid care and domestic work in ASEAN through the regional platform for advocacy, knowledge exchange, and capacity building. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in order to mobilize action on SDGs implementation and progress, we cannot work alone. In this regard, ASEAN is leveraging on regional cooperation and partnership to facilitate sharing knowledge, experiences, and best practices, as well as engaging with a wide range of stakeholders. This week, the second ASEAN Ministerial Dialogue on Accelerating Actions to Achieve Sustainable Development Goals will be convened by Thailand as ASEAN Coordinator on Sustainable Development, and the Philippines to exchange views on accelerating national action in achieving the SDGs. The Ministerial Dialogue will be preceded by the 3rd ASEAN Forum on SDGs with the National Development Planning Agencies. Also this week, the 7th High-Level Brainstorming Dialogue on Enhancing Complementarities between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development will be jointly convened by Thailand and ESCAP. While commending the good work of Thailand and ESCAP, the dialogue has provided the policy space to review and reflect on the progress in implementing the Complementarities Initiative. Lastly, the ASEAN Center on Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue was established in Thailand to promote research on sustainable development and to facilitate dialogue within ASEAN and between ASEAN and external parties on sustainable development cooperation. Using a cross-cutting approach, a center complements the work of existing centers within ASEAN that deal with sustainable development. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, today's forum is a golden opportunity to develop practical approaches and workable solutions to accelerate progress in achieving the SDGs. I hope that through this platform, we will be able to elevate our efforts and ensure that future generations will be able to enjoy a sustainable and resilient livelihood, both here in the ASEAN community and in the wider Asia-Pacific region. I wish you all fruitful discussions during the forum. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now my pleasure to invite Mr. Wu Shung Managing Director General, Asian Development Bank, to share the perspectives on some of the game-changing solutions to accelerate the SDGs progress, especially through finance.
Thank you, distinguished moderator, speakers, and participants. It's my pleasure to be here today to represent the Asian Development Bank at this important event as we look towards the important SDG Summit in September. These are challenging times. We are facing multiple compounded crises, including recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and others as mentioned by many other people. This poly-crisis has derailed the momentum towards attaining the SDGs for all of us. Poverty remains high, and the continuing global economic turbulence is hampering the recovery for many of our region's economies. However, we must not get deterred from this long-term focus on a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient recovery. The SDG Summit will mark a pivotal moment for the international community to take stock and renew a common ambition towards 2030 agenda. And one critical question is how we will finance the Sustainable Development Agenda. In his SDG stimulus in February, the UN Secretary General highlighted the great finance divide, which limits the ability of developing countries to invest in recovery, climate action, and sustainable development. The stimulus identifies three solutions, namely tackling the rising risks of debt distress, massive scaling up of finance, and expanding contingency financing. While some of these will require reforms to the international financial architecture, the more immediate question that we will need to deal with today is how to protect the most vulnerable population amidst the poly crisis. Strengthening social safety nets and increasing social spending, therefore, are critical issues for countries and international financial institutions. And for example, in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, the IMF considered social spending as a macro-critical issue due to its impact on domestic and external stability. All these issues are important for the Asian Development Bank in our role as the catalyzer for finance for development. Supporting our developing member countries to achieve the SDGs is one of the core objectives of our ADB's operations. We are making financing commitment in key sectors such as health and education, which has been particularly impacted by the recent crisis, and are critical to drive recovery in the Asia and the Pacific, and advance the SDGs. We have a $14 billion package, as I mentioned earlier today, for food security in 2022 to 2025 period, to support vulnerable groups bearing the brunt of the food crisis that we discussed this morning's session. We finance $8 billion annually through our trade and supply chain finance program. And we have set an investment ambition of $100 billion of climate financing by 2030. And we are committed to ensuring that at least 75% of our projects will address climate mitigation or adaptation by all of them. We have institutionalized Agenda 2030 by aligning the SDGs with our corporate strategy and results framework. And our Strategy 2030 and its 7 operational priorities align the key SDG areas, namely poverty and inequality, which includes inclusion of every segment of the society, including disability, gender inclusion, climate, environmental disaster risk reduction, cities, rural development, and food security, governance, and the regional cooperation and integration. Projects financed by the ADB are mapped to the SDGs to identify how our operations contribute to each goal. In addition, ADB also collaborates with other multilateral development banks through the MDB Working Group on Managing for Development Results to promote common approach to reporting on the SDGs. The multilateral development banks such as ADB has a major role to play in leveraging their own capital to catalyze greater private investments for attainment of SDGs. And in 2021, ADB's commitment totaled around $23 billion. And we mobilized additional $13 billion on top of that. And nearly $8 billion of this was from private co-financing. And we intend to triple that as well. Between 2020 to 2022, for every dollar we committed by the ADB was matched by $2.1 in long-term financing. Using blended finance to crowd in private financing for SDGs is essential to mobilize investments in high development impact areas, including climate and gender. We're working with the other development finance institutions towards improving the results of the blended financing concessional finance program. And in Indonesia, a blended finance platform called SDG Indonesia 1, which ADB supports, channels public and private finance for infrastructure across different sectors to support countries' SDG agenda. Well, let me close by saying that as we look forward to the SDGs summit in September, financing for development is crucial to drive recovery from these compounded crises, and finding innovative ways to raise private capital and orient it toward the SDGs is hugely important. We at the Asian Development Bank are committed to further contributing solutions in this area, and we will continue to leverage our financing as well as our knowledge and partnership, such as the UN ESCAP and UNDP, to support our developing member countries to advance the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Om, for sharing with us the insights into financing for development. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Giorgio Gamba, CEO HSBC Thailand, to share the perspectives of the financial sector to accelerate the SDGs.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. So look, the transition to net zero is one of 4 strategic priorities that the HSBC Group has. And we have a target to go to net zero for financed emissions by 2050 and our own operations by 2030. And our kind of relationship with the SDGs is reasonably long-standing. Our first $1 billion SDG bond was issued in 2017, and I believe we were the first commercial bank to do so. In 2018, within the ASEAN context, our HSBC Malaysia Amana business also issued the first ever global SDG Sukuk bond, which was a big highlight for us. But I wanted to speak about the examples of the game-changing actions, as you've described, and the partnerships that are needed to drive SDGs forward. I'd start off by pointing to something called JETP, which is the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which will enable SDGs through inclusive and just energy transmission. This was announced in COP26. It was piloted by South Africa, and it's really a blended finance solution that connects public and private sectors. And in Asia, we're seeing Indonesia and Vietnam, who have announced that they will be pursuing the JETP, and we hope that India is expected to follow suit in 2023. For now, HSBC is publicly supported both of these initiatives and has joined the working group on net zero committed financial institutions, supporting both Indonesia and Vietnam. Basically, the JETP is looking to identify barriers to private investment and also help to crowd in private investment to drive forward the just energy transition. I would also say that the implementation plan for South Africa took a year. And so it is our hope that working together with the rest of the members of the working group, we want to shorten this time frame and get it done more quickly for both Vietnam and Indonesia, and we're very hopeful that we can do so. Another example that I'd like to mention, and one that our colleagues at the ADB have been working on and where we've been participating, although still at a kind of conceptual stage, is the Energy Transition Mechanism, ETM, which really looks to facilitate the early retirement of coal assets in Asia, and while at the same time investing in replacement renewable assets, which will allow Asia to meet its energy needs while we do the transition. And fundamentally, the aim of that is to reduce 50% of the coal emissions in target countries. Moving on to other examples of multi-stakeholder partnerships, I would point to something that we're doing with a joint venture with Temasek, connected to the Singaporean government, and that's an entity called Pentagreen Capital. Again, this is a sustainable infrastructure debt platform, which really looks to fill the funding gap in green infrastructure in Southeast Asia. HSBC has committed $150 million, Temasek has committed $150 million, and the aim there is to finance over the course of 5 years $1 billion in marginally bankable projects. And these are marginally bankable projects that as a commercial bank we wouldn't be able to finance because of the rules around capital allocation for these this kind of lending, which would make it prohibitively expensive for us. Fast Infra initiative, really led by the OECD and the IFC, where again HSBC participates. And it's really looking to create a globally recognized method to label sustainable infrastructure projects. And the idea behind this is to make sustainable infrastructure a liquid asset class, because what we really want to achieve is to match the huge amount of global liquidity that's out there with the increasing demand for infrastructure financing, especially of a sustainable kind. Another example I'd point to of the activities that we're pursuing is our joint venture with an entity called Pollination. We've created an entity called Climate Asset Management. This is really looking to become the largest natural capital asset manager in the world. And what it looks to do is to invest in nature-based carbon projects with the hope of delivering high-impact carbon credits to protect and restore nature. And then finally, one mention, I think we've heard it already, around GFANZ. Our commitment to GFANZ is unparalleled. The Asia chapter, the vice chair of the Asia chapter is my boss, who's the co-CEO of HSBC in Asia. And we've had many discussions, and we really would like to encourage other Asian-based banks to join. Currently, there's representation from Japanese, Korean, and Singaporean banks, but we really think that the voice of ASEAN-based financial institutions would be beneficial in driving through, again, public-private cooperation on key policy challenges. Since we've been involved in GFANZ, we found it very, very useful, and we think other Southeast Asian commercial banks would find it also useful. And more closer to home, we work very closely with the Bank of Thailand, the SEC, the OIC, the SET, and the FPO on, and we've joined their working group to drive forward the Thai taxonomy on sustainability. And so I'm happy to say that with all these initiatives, there's plenty of stuff going on, but plenty more to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gamba, for the insights into financing for the net zero transition. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Lajana Manandra, Coordinator, Asian Coalition for Housing Rights, and Executive Director, Lumanti Support Group for Shelter, to share the perspective of the urban poor.
Namaste and good afternoon, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. I'm pleased to be here today to share some of our experience from the urban poor communities in different Asian cities. I represent here ACHR, Asian Coalition for Housing Rights, that has been in existence for more than 3 decades now. ACHR has made important contributions in getting the organizations established and building their capacity to understand and support the community-led initiatives. They have raised and mobilized in numerous communities and hundreds of the Asian cities. ACHR has organized trainings, research, pioneered, and facilitated learning visits across the Asian cities and communities, where government representatives have also participated and benefited immensely. CAN, Community Architects Network, was formed to bring the young architects together, and they are now actively working with the communities, providing valuable technical support in planning and designing eco-friendly, resilient, and cost-effective housing and infrastructure. We are here to review the progress of SDGs, and we know that we have not been very successful towards our path to achieve many SDG goals. But there is also some bright sides Those are the solutions and successful examples that the communities have been able to work on despite all the odds and challenges. I am pleased to share with you some successful initiatives from Asian communities implemented in partnership with the local governments. Last year, POCA, Platform for Community Action and Architecture in Bangladesh, won a prestigious Aga Khan Award for their work on creating urban river spaces along the river Naboganga in Janaida municipality. In Jakarta, Urban Poor Consortium and Jakarta City Poor People's Network have found solutions to evictions through cooperative housing, where they have now secured housing with long-term lease facility. In Nepal, Lumanti has worked with the financial institutions such as commercial banks and the cooperatives to leverage resources for housing finance, for water and sanitation, to enable the poor families to construct safe and resilient houses and infrastructure. In Myanmar, an organization, Women for the World, has mobilized the women from the poor communities for collective housing in Yangon and other cities through a successful negotiation with the military government for accessing land and construction of affordable housing. These are wonderful, inspirational examples which has contributed in making the cities inclusive, address the issues of poverty and inequality, informal settlements and housing, encourage and build confidence of the private sector to make the investment in the poor communities, bridge the gap between the local governments and the settlements, made the professionals sensitive to the needs and aspirations of the people, and enhanced and more, and very important, enhanced communities and women's leadership role. There is a great need to support and promote these kind of initiatives to accelerate SDGs if we are really serious about it. In late January this year, ACHR had organized a regional meeting and learning visit in Kathmandu, Nepal, that brought professionals, development partners, CSOs, and community leaders from 14 countries. The key learning that we gathered from the regional sharing, where people's enthusiasm did not slow down, kept their spirit very high, even during COVID period, and they were able to reach out the most vulnerable families, adapted to the changed environment, and successfully worked with the governments and other stakeholders. Linkage and exchange among the communities in the countries, also an important factor for driving them to move ahead. Here the role of ACHR in coordination is also valid. The meeting had just given more power and energy to the participants. We are pleased to partner with ESCAP during the 7th Asia Pacific Urban Forum in Penang, Malaysia in October 2019. It was an action forum for urban poor grassroots organization, which through the Asian Coalition for Housing Rights convened a grassroots assembly back-to-back with APUF 7. Our key messages on behalf of grassroots assembly were that the urban poor are the productive citizens of society who keep cities functioning. Grassroots organizations in urban areas have done much to collect data for the citywide mapping, organize community finance systems, empower women, and help informal settlements with housing. We welcomed and launched of the Penang Platform for Sustainable Urbanization, comprising the action platform to take forward the actions and other outcomes from Asia Pacific Urban Forum 7, namely to leverage the strength of cities to support local governments and communities together to achieve SDGs in Asia Pacific by connecting all of us with tailored technical assistance, generating action-oriented research and evidence on urban solutions, and enhancing access to innovative financing. Therefore, ACHR with Waru Commission, ESCAP, and other partners are planning to convene the Urban Poor Grassroots Assembly again at the 8th session of the Asia Pacific Urban Forum this October in Suwon, Republic of Korea. We hope to take stock of the progress in forging an inclusive bottom-up recovery from COVID-19 and strengthen our network of urban poor communities to deliver on the SDGs hand in hand with local governments in Asia Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Manandra, for the insights and the perspectives from the network. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Geeta Sabharwal, Resident Coordinator, Thailand, to share their perspectives of building partnerships such as with the private sector to accelerate the SDG progress.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies and fellow panelists. It's an honor to join the Sustainable Development Forum and speak to the broad-based UN partnerships in Thailand with government, private sector, and civil society to accelerate SDGs. At the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, the private sector's leadership is pretty pivotal for SDG acceleration, especially in an upper middle income country context like Thailand, where it makes significant contributions to fast-tracking a transition to a greener and more inclusive economy. Based on the lessons that we here in Thailand are drawing, based on our partnerships, there are 6 accelerators that I want to speak to. The first accelerator is our collaboration with the Global Compact Network in Thailand. It has provided an entry point to engage with a cross-section of large, medium, and small businesses to secure commitments to fast-track carbon neutrality by mid-century. This translates into annual carbon reductions of roughly about 8 million tons, contributing to 2% of the emissions of the country. In a global first, this local network has also committed to protecting 30% of the land and marine resources, for which we will soon be setting firm targets. The second accelerator is introducing low carbon technologies in heavy polluting industries through UN's partnerships led by UNIDO and the Ministry of Industry. The introduction of scrap processing smelters, regenerative furnaces, and carbon absorbing solvents are contributing to roughly about 6% reductions in emissions and halving carcinogenics in polluting industry. These game-changing technologies are being adopted by over half of the industry, largely the steel and the aluminum industry, and demonstrating that economic incentives can drive scalability. And that's the lesson that we are learning. The third accelerator is the third accelerator speaks to UN's convening power with the financial markets. And I know, Giorgio, you've been part of those dialogues amongst others. And the dialogues have largely focused on how we can accelerate sustainable financing based on UNEP's principles, UN's principles of responsible banking and investment led by UNEP and UNDP, amongst others. The dialogue with bankers, investors, and asset managers, and more recently insurers, are basically helping us unlock climate financing. Our analysis suggests that just as little as 6.3% can contribute in a big way to supporting SDGs around, especially around goals that are directly linked to climate. The fourth accelerator leverages public-private partnerships with multinational stakeholders to leave no one behind. Through UNFPA, UN has scaled up birthing practices in ethnic minority communities with digitized teen clubs, reaching over 1 million young people with information on reproductive health. Similarly, ITU, together with the Ministry of Education and businesses, enhances young women's access to digital skills to facilitate their entry into the STEM field. A key takeaway here is that the right partnerships are transformative, even with relatively small investments. The fifth accelerator involves prioritizing sectors that are dominated by small and medium enterprises to take sustainability to scale. And as we all know, SMEs comprise the bulk of private sector, but they lack actions on climate and biodiversity. To help fill this gap, FAO and UNDP together with the Ministry of Agriculture and cooperatives, are partnering with over 300 SMEs to identify low-cost technologies for cutting food waste and improving the production of snack foods, animal products, fishery, and dairy. What does this translate into? This translates into reducing waste by half and increasing incomes for these SMEs by 17%. Pilots like this show that SMEs greatly benefit from capacity building support, and the UN will need to further deepen its partnership with them for transformative results. The sixth accelerator, and this is the last that I'm going to speak to, is about localizing SDGs to drive community-led initiatives championed by governors to secure scale and depth of development gains. The UN, together with the Ministry of Interior here in Thailand, convened 76 governors of Thailand to commit to the SDGs. Several provinces are now leading waste segregation to reach over 12 million provincial households by year end. Waste segregation on this scale will result in 530,000 tons of carbon reductions, generating the equivalent of carbon credits annually. At the same time, assessing the carbon footprint of Thai fabric to reduce emissions throughout the life cycle of this fabric is empowering nearly 2 million women weavers to make their products competitive on the global scale. Just yesterday, together with ESCAP, UNDP, UNEP, we visited Lopburi province to see these innovative solutions in action. This forum, I believe, is an important opportunity for cross-learning on how to accelerate SDGs in today's very challenging global context. Forging partnerships will be key to our shared vision and value to raise ambition to safeguard our global development goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shabalwal. And a sincere thank you to all the panelists for your insightful interventions and for highlighting the transformative actions and partnerships that exist around the region. To help us to get where we need to be with the 2030 agenda, we need more of these game-changing solutions to roll out at speed and scale. Especially we gather at the global stocktake of the SDGs at the upcoming SDG Summit. Once again, to all the panelists, was an excellent session, and thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, we are
slightly behind schedule, but we are okay. I'm pleased to invite the distinguished delegates to intervene on agenda item 3 towards the 2023 SDG Summit. I will open the floor to statements from delegates in the speaking order as received from the Secretariat, from both participants present in the room and connected through Zoom. I once again kindly remind delegates to limit their statements to no longer than 3 minutes to allow all delegates the opportunity to speak. I now recognize the distinguished delegate from Malaysia, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Thailand.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Sustainable development is a key principle in Malaysia's development and growth trajectories, and we place great importance on the well-being of Malaysians. Our Madani value aligns the vision for a prosperous nation and embraces 6 core values of sustainability, prosperity, innovation, respect, trust, and compassion. These consider the various needs of our people according to the culture, customs, and beliefs of our multiracial society, as we uphold the principle of leaving no one behind. As Malaysia enters its 8 years of SDG implementation, Malaysia is committed to stepping up effort to achieve the 17 SDGs of the 2030 agenda as part of our effort to make Malaysia a sustainable nation by 2030. This requires comprehensive and inclusive participation from all parties to ensure sustainable development agenda is met. Continuous efforts are being undertaken to mainstream SDGs in national, state, and local development planning. While the SDG is not legally binding, governments are expected to take ownership and establish national frameworks for the achievement of the 17 goals. In this regard, a multi-stakeholder, participatory governance structure was established as a mechanism to undertake necessary actions for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting to ensure effective implementation of SDG in Malaysia. The main decision-making body is the National SDG Council, chaired by the Prime Minister himself. It plays a role in setting the national agenda and providing the direction for SDG implementation. The Council is supported by the SDG Steering Committee, SDG Technical Committee, and 7 other working committees from various stakeholders, including representatives of private sector and civil society organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, in ensuring a smooth running of SDG implementation in Malaysia, the government has agreed to set up a national SDG center aimed at empowering and accelerating programs for a better and sustainable future for the nation. The center will also monitor the progress and implementation of all SDG-related programs and applying the whole-of-nation approach by including participation of public and private sectors, as well the involvement of CSOs. We wish to highlight that we have developed SDG monitoring and reporting system through the SDG data dashboard system, which is aligned to the global indicator framework adopted by the United Nations.
May I kindly request the distinguished delegate to conclude?
Yes, while we strive to enhance our indicator framework, the system has significantly improved data availability of the SDG indicators. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I would like to conclude that Malaysia recognizes the importance of environment, social, and governance, disclosure requirements, especially through global regulation such as European Union. Therefore, the government is working closely with various agencies, including private sector, to accelerate ESG disclosure by following recognized international standards as Malaysia embrace SDG and ESG. We have also contributed $1 million to UN Habitat to show our commitment. Malaysia would also like to express its support on the work of the United Nations to organize the 2023 SDG Summit in this coming September. As the 2023 Summit marks the midpoint of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. We look forward on the sharing and guidance from the high level on transformative and accelerated action leading up to the target year of 2030. Last but not the least, I would like to close by thanking the Chair for this opportunity to share Malaysia's progress. And once again, we wish to reaffirm our commitment to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Malaysia. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Thailand to be followed by distinguished delegate from Pacific Disability Forum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, my delegation would like to thank ESCAP for organizing this year as the Asia-Pacific Sustainable Development Forum. As we reach the important juncture at the halfway point in implementations of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. On our part, SDG has been mainstreamed in Thailand's national strategies and policies. Partnerships have been forged amongst various stakeholders through whole of government and whole of society approach to ensure inclusive efforts in delivering SDG at every level. Yet, the task is far from complete. The world finds itself in 2023 trying to recover from a once-in-a-generation pandemic. And in the midst of this recovery, problems are compounded by multiple challenges which have exacerbated the inequality gaps and reversed years of development gains. Mr. Chair, in navigating through the decades of action, the international community must refocus and reinforce our efforts to reverse the SDG downtrend and ensure that the convening of a result-oriented SDG summit later this year served as a springboard for the accelerations of the implementations of the 2030 Agenda. In our pursuit towards the SDG, we must first address the ongoing global challenges that have compounded prevailing crises, particularly those that concern the well-being of the people. And this include, in particular, health and food security. To ensure health security, we must work toward equitable access to quality health care for all. And universal health care coverage can serve as a basis for an inclusive social protection system for everyone. To overcome food insecurity, we must make sure that food systems are more resilient. And on our part, Thailand will continue to share our best practices, experience, and know-how in agriculture to guarantee equitable access to safe and healthy food for all. In putting the SDG back on track, it is important that we take a balanced approach in all dimensions and ensure that all pillars of SDG move forward in concert, taking into account the interlinkages between development, social, and environmental goals and targets. The sufficiency economy philosophy, which is Thailand's homegrown development approach, has long been applied to promote balance in all aspects, be they economic, environment, and social. Building upon the SEP is the biocircular green economy model, which aims to promote an inclusive and balanced growth by leveraging technology and biodiversity to advance economic growth and preserving nature while addressing environmental challenges. The BCG economy model has now been embraced by APEC leaders, and we believe that both the SEP and BCG economy model can complement efforts towards SDG attainment. As we count down to 2030, we also need to employ every tool at our disposal, from science, technology, and innovation to working in partnership at every level to accelerate the implementation process. Global partnerships, multilateral regional cooperation, multi-stakeholder
May I request the distinguished delegate to conclude the statement?
Okay. That is why ESCAP and ASEAN are working to enhance complementarity between the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the 2025 ASEAN Vision. Lastly, sustainable financing for development is key to transforming SDG from mere aspiration to reality for all. And to this end, Thailand underscores the importance of cooperation between leading global financial institutions to mobilize finance to drive forward the SDG while improving financial liquidity and sustainable financing for all. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Thailand. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Pacific Disability Forum to be followed by distinguished delegate from Vietnam.
Bulavinaka and hello. Bulavinaka and hello. It is indeed an honor to present the collective statement on behalf of the Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism. We are here to deliver and reiterate our demand for development justice. The Pacific is at the forefront of climate change. Of course, you've probably heard that phrase one too many times and think it's become a little cliche. But I'm here to tell you, no, it hasn't. The many other Pacific Islanders and I that are here at the APFSD 2023 are here to tell you that that we're here and you can't say Asia Pacific if there is no Pacific. The Pacific cannot be silent. We will not continue to be missed out or represented by others that don't truly understand the challenges of our subregion. This year's APFSD theme reiterates the importance of working together to achieve the SDGs. We have seen the inequalities that continue to exist in our communities, where the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Geopolitics continues to breed corruption, increasing missed opportunities for development, coupled with exploitation by foreign corporate investors seeking to provide cheap labor for ridiculous working hours. But hey, what can we do when we come from a sub-region that is remote and with limited resources? The future of the Pacific, as well as other sub-regions present in the region, in relation to the SDG progress and implementation is at a critical time. The unavailability of data on almost 47% of the indicators of the goals could further dampen the scope of achieving the 2030 agenda in the second half of the century, especially factoring in the regressions. The SDG Summit and Summit of the Future is a response from the UN to address the lapses of the development process in the 2030 agenda. However, it is unclear how the summit will address the worsening systemic barriers that affect marginalized regions and sectors such as ours in the Pacific and people with disabilities. With this, we fight back. We push back against the odds and say enough. In the fight to achieve and promote development justice, we are demanding our governments and the UN to include us and ensure no one is left behind. A few days ago, I learned from a fellow youth at the youth APFSD that when we don't include marginalized groups in key decision-making processes, we put ourselves further behind in development. When all diversities of people are not included, it takes a toll on the development of the community as a whole. It is crucial that we address the barriers and the work together to leverage on rights holder engagement from global to community level and collectively design policies and programs in consultation for marginalized groups towards accelerating recovery and achievement of the SDGs. We must ensure that the marginalized communities are considered as fundamental contributors in the planning, implementation, response, and monitoring. I encourage us to look at possible means of engaging together that prohibit any form of discrimination, placing particular emphasis on intersectionality and diversity. For persons with disabilities, we must ensure the preconditions to inclusion that can empower them to meaningfully participate in their communities through accessibility, provision of assistive devices, community-based inclusive development, social protection, support services, and non-discrimination.
May I request the distinguished delegate to conclude the statement?
Is taken for everyone in the region. This can only be achieved by going beyond the SDG Summit and the Summit of the Future, and ultimately demanding development justice that addresses the multiple crises the region faces today. I'd like to end my statement by a quote of a close friend of mine, a champion for persons with disabilities in the Pacific, the late Joshko. Whichever part, know that the role you do and provide has a human face behind it. Here's to continuously working together in solidarity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Vietnam to be followed by distinguished delegate from Australia.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the midpoint of SDG implementation. For Vietnam, during the last 7 years, the 2030 agenda and the SDG have been implemented nationwide with the participation of the many stakeholders through the National Action Plan for implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda with the term no one is to left behind. Regarding the SDG implementation, we have made the good progress in the many targets such as poverty reduction, providing clean water and toilets, providing access to quality education, achieving the universal health, developing the country industry, innovation and infrastructure, job creation, and improve the coverage of the social protection system, building the peace, justice, and the strong institutions. However, like many countries, Vietnam is facing with big challenge in the implementation to achieving the SDG by 2030, especially in the financing sources. In the latest Asia and Pacific SDG progress report, it shows that the region has been slow and overall progress of the region was determined to be only 14.4%. This means that the gap between the global commitment and the actual implementation is quite far. In this context, we are toward the 2023 SDG Summit. Vietnam would like to have some proposals to the forum as follows. Firstly, SDG goals and targets should be reviewed at the global, regional, as well as the national level to evaluate the feasibility of the SDG achievements by 2030, and from that, the United Nations should have clear guidance for the members countries for the remaining time and remaining way. Secondly, further promote of the role of United Nations agencies in the supporting the member countries in the SDG implementation, especially in the mobilizing financial resources, acting as the focal point in connection with the other partners to strengthening the South-South cooperation. And the last proposal is take the solid action to narrow the gap between the current available data and the set of 232 SDG global SDG indicators to help to promote the monitoring of the SDG implementation. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Australia to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Reality of Aid Asia Pacific.
Thank you. Mr. President, Australia is steadfastly committed to implementing the 2030 Agenda and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. They represent the universally agreed roadmap for sustainable development and growth, underpinned by full respect for international law and human rights. However, at the midpoint to 2030, our region is not on track to meet these ambitious goals. Our progress has been uneven against individual targets and further set back by multiple and intersecting crises in climate, health, food security and energy. Australia is working in partnership with our neighbours to address these severe disruptions to people's lives, environments and economies. We want to realise a peaceful, stable and prosperous world and a global system that can help meet present and future development needs. To guide our work, we are designing a new international development policy to ensure our development program is fit for purpose, to support our region and address shared challenges. We want to thank all the partner governments, international organisations and civil society organisations that have shared their perspectives during our policy consultations. The policy will reflect strong support for gender equality, which is not only good for women and girls, but also for broader economic and social development. We will continue to listen to the priorities of our region. Development support must be practical, adapted to the challenges of the 21st century, and ensure vulnerable countries such as small island developing states do not get left behind. Australia strongly supports the work of the high-level panel to finalise a multi-dimensional vulnerability index. Developing an evidence-based way to measure and understand vulnerability is a critical step towards sustainable and effective allocation of development resources. Beyond measuring and adapting to vulnerability, we need to mitigate the causes through urgent climate action. Australia is taking strong action to decarbonise our economy, and we're working with countries to scale up global cooperation. We were proud to have taken an active role at COP27 in Egypt, particularly with our Pacific family on loss and damage, which we know is a Pacific priority. And we would be very proud to host COP31 in 2026 with Pacific partners. The current intersecting crises are testing us from all directions, but Australia is committed to working with our neighbours and UN partners to navigate these challenges and achieve a sustainable and resilient future for the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Australia. I now give the floor to distinguished delegate from Reality of Aid, Asia Pacific, to be followed by distinguished delegate from Fiji.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Tala from Reality of Aid Asia Pacific, a regional network of CSOs working on aid and development cooperation. Today, I'm representing the NGO constituency of the Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism. The world's marginalized are facing the greatest cost of living crisis in this century, as they grapple with the continued increase in prices for basic commodities, looming debt distress, worsening poverty, and the disproportionate impacts of the climate crisis. In Asia Pacific alone, 25 countries are exposed to the food, energy, and debt crisis, as they are subjected to onerous loans from international finance institutions, with accompanied policy conditionalities that impose austerity measures, promote privatization of essential goods and services, and further liberalization of trade and agriculture. These conditionalities contribute to the corporate capture of food and energy systems, leaving the marginalized with no or limited access to food and clean energy. Profit-oriented interests in the energy sector have led to the continued financing of fossil fuel power plants and extractive industries that have largely contributed to the current climate emergency and enabled human rights violations. The corporate capture of food systems ensures gains for large multinational corporations while worsening hunger, malnutrition, poverty, and environmental degradation. As corporate entities are prioritized in multi-stakeholder partnerships and as civil society faces shrinking space, the lack of genuine, meaningful, and inclusive development processes also hinders the promotion of people-centered, rights-based, climate-resilient, and locally led responses to the food and energy crisis. Central to solving the food, finance, and energy nexus is the immediate need for scaled-up development financing for Agenda 2030. Debt, which contributes to the rising prices for basic needs and budget cuts for public expenditure, must be immediately cancelled. Donor countries must uphold their historical commitments, reaching the 0.7% gross national income target for official development assistance. Aid must be disbursed in the form of grants, given without policy conditionalities, anchored on a rights-based framework and the development effectiveness principles. Trade agreements that prioritize profit over people's access and control over resources must also be abandoned. Instead, solutions for the food, finance, and energy crisis must be based on the framework of development justice, which addresses prevailing systemic barriers to development, ensures people's democratic ownership and participation, and promotes a genuine, inclusive, and sustainable development for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Fiji to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Indonesia.
Chair, with all protocols observed, the 10th forum is taking place against a backdrop of a very difficult and challenging period for small island developing states in the Pacific, like my very own Fiji. I stress difficult and challenging owing to the severe period of 2 years we had to confront the devastating impacts of COVID-19, with human lives prematurely lost and public purses or fiscal spaces severely constrained, piling high levels of debt, and in certain situations like my own, public health infrastructure are outright overstretched. While Fiji is preparing for our second VNR in July, the reality for Fiji and the Pacific Island states is that COVID-19 has amplified existing vulnerabilities, exposing our food system to external shocks and aggravated food security and nutritional challenges. With mono-based economies, we face the full brunt, with loss of employment and declining economic growth to almost a standstill. Chair, pre-pandemic, our small island states were the first group to be accorded a vulnerability status in the UN Agenda 21. Some of you might have forgotten that we are prone to environmental and development adversities. Since the first Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, and fast forward to today, these particular challenges have not waned, but to the contrary. The status of our environment has worsened, climate change has exacerbated our vulnerabilities and remains the most single threat to our long-term existence, security, and sustainable development. The Pacific is one of the first regions experiencing the adverse impacts of climate head-on. If there is nothing else, a bigger threat to derail us from achieving the SDGs, then what is? May I ask this forum, Chair, in the hope that we as a region can come together and solve these challenges and problems due to climate change together for the SDGs to be achieved. The IPCC AR6 report have clearly demonstrated the reality my delegation is putting forward here. The threat of long-term temperature goal overshoot is a clear message coming out now. If the major emitters are not reducing their emissions by mid-century, noting that the Asia-Pacific region emits more than 60% of GHG emissions, which produce 17.74 billion metric tons of CO2 emissions in 2021, what kind of planet are we bequeathing to our future generations? A future where the total welfare of our future generations has been totally sacrificed. The youth representative this morning is calling for a gift of a better world that we have to bequeath them. Are we committed to this, to giving them a gift? And if not, such a scenario is becoming a reality now and untenable for us, not only the small island developing states, but the region as a whole. Our position on 1.5 to stay alive remains critically important for us. The Asia-Pacific region needs to act right today. With such a reality of situation, Chair, we are now facing head-on the negative impacts of COVID-19 on food security and nutrition in Fiji and the Pacific region are further compounded by the impacts of climate change and climate-related disasters. These were experienced by Fiji and Vanuatu during Tropical Cyclone Harold in 2020. Chair, the question for us is, what are the lessons learned from this pandemic in not only to help us recover quickly and bounce back better, but prepare us well for the future? My delegation wishes to underscore here that the pandemic has shown that innovative solutions and increased investments are needed to address social vulnerabilities and inequalities.
May I request the distinguished delegate to conclude the statement?
In the areas of health and well-being, economic recovery, education, employment pathways, inclusive and social protection systems, sustainable livelihoods, and food systems. In conclusion, Chair, Fiji is thankful to all our development partners for their support during our time of need through vaccination provisions and budget support. Nonetheless, long-term partnership and support in the areas of investment is critical for us as we look towards 2023 to bounce our economy back. We thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Indonesia to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Asia Dalit's Right Forum.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia notes with concern that progress towards the attainment of the SDGs in the Asia-Pacific region has been slow. While we are pleased to note that there has been significant national progress across the 17 goals in the region, such as in Goal 7 on affordable and clean energy and Goal 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, we are also cognizant that much remains to be done. In the case of Indonesia, the central and local governments are working simultaneously to speed up SDGs implementation, especially at the subnational level. Out of 38 provinces in the country, 32 have enacted regional action plans, whilst 2 others are nearing completion. The government is also pursuing for 4 other provinces to start formulating their own regional action plans. In addition to these efforts, the local government also submit monitoring and evaluation reports on the SDGs implementation in their regions. Indonesia is strongly committed to the attainment of the SDGs. Every year, the Ministry of National Development Planning, as the SDGs coordinator, also submits an annual report on the SDGs progress in Indonesia to the President. In this context, Indonesia has made significant progress on goals related to the environment and the economic pillars, which reach up to 80% and 63% respectively. Mr. Chair, the 2023 SDG Summit in September will mark the midpoint of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. It is therefore pertinent that the summit be used as an opportunity to further galvanize political support at the highest level possible in order to accelerate the attainment of the SDGs by 2030. This includes ensuring the provision of its means of implementation, particularly for developing countries through SDGs financing, including innovative financing and climate finance, capacity development, technology and knowledge transfer, science, technology and innovation, enhanced international and multi-stakeholder partnership. Indonesia looks forward to working with other countries and relevant stakeholders in accelerating the implementation of 2030 Agenda. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You seem to be doing good with time. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from Asia Dalit's Right Forum to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Japan.
Respected Chair, delegates, excellencies, and friends from civil society. My name is Bhakta Vishwakarma, representing the Dalit constituency within the Asia Pacific Regional Coordination Mechanism and the Asia Dalit Rights Forum. Dalit and communities discriminated by work and descent are among the most marginalized and excluded in terms of political, social, and economic development. While the general consensus is that the pandemic has impacted equally, research shows that it is a more far-reaching impact on the most marginalized communities like Dalits and people discriminated by work and descent, women, religious minorities, indigenous, and minorities. Across generations, these communities have faced discrimination and exclusion in every sphere of life, and this has often led to high incidence of poverty among them from the enjoyment of their basic rights and entitlement, as well as meaningful participation in public life. The multidimensional impact of COVID-19 ranges from poverty, hunger, unemployment, denial, and limitation of access to healthcare services, increased incidents of violence and stigmatization, and much more. As the countries are rebuilding, the motto of leave no one behind must be looked at in all earnest. If not, the implication for the discrimination in terms of their social, political, economic position will be grim. The pandemic has affected access to education, livelihood, and access to health in the global south, specifically in Asia. If we are achieve the SDG by 2030, there has to be more done ensuring that the marginalized community issues are first ground in the mechanism put in place to address the impact of COVID. During the pandemic, women from the communities were doubly impacted, where violence on Dalits and similarly discriminated continues despite the COVID. We call on the state to have an inclusive, universal coverage of all marginalized communities like Dalit communities discriminated by work and descent under existing national security schemes, particularly those for livelihoods and income supports, preventive and corrective health care, and food and nutrition security on the urgent and priority basis. Economic package, cash and in-kind assistance oriented towards these communities, which allow for flexibility in access to these packages in terms of documentation required ability to access the package, etc. must be outrolled. State must create a database or disaggregated data of the individuals to enhance identification of those who have not secured relief entitlements and ensure that efforts can be made in future for more pointed relief for the most marginalized within the Dalit communities, such as Dalit women.
May I request the
with
distinguished delegate to
disability
conclude the
and
statement?
the elderly. Subsequently, ensure that those left behind are prioritized. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Japan to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan assigns the greatest priority on realizing an inclusive, diverse society, leveraging innovations from the private sector, and revitalizing activities in more remote areas. To do so, we're currently ramping up investments in people, science, and innovation, driven by startups to drive forward a greener, more digital transition central to our achievement of SDGs. This year marks the important midpoint review of the 2030 Agenda, as many of you have said. Japan, as the presidency of the G7, plans to partake an active role this year in global discussions to further the SDGs. To catalyze concrete action, we've even reviewed and revised our long-term SDGs implementation guiding principles to further accelerate and expand the scope of our actions. Japan strongly recognizes that driving cross-cutting synergies is critical in our achievement of the SDGs. To accelerate such synergies, we think taking actions especially related to climate action is critical, as this runs across all SDGs. To induce such synergies, Japan hosted the third international conference co-hosted with DESA and the UNFCCC Secretariat at the UN University recently to help deliver policy messages and lessons learned on driving synergies between climate and biodiversity conservation actions. We emitted this message at COP27 and plan to do so further at the next HLPF and SDG Summit. Of the SDGs under review, we are particularly focused on assisting with SDG 6 as water-related damages are so pronounced in the region. To show our high-level commitment, at the Asia-Pacific Water Summit in 2022, our Prime Minister Kishida announced the Kumamoto Initiative for Water as a way to advance SDG 6 internationally. According to the DAC database, Japan continues to be the single largest donor country since 2016 on a cumulative basis on water and sanitation issues. We've been supporting quality water treatment infrastructure and appropriate water governance measures to attain improved sanitation and safety for the regions. Japan hopes to contribute to the region's achievement of SDG 6 through innovative technical and financial support. The same thing can be said on sustainable agricultural and energy systems. Japan acknowledges that securing sustainable agricultural and energy systems is vital to weathering the triple crisis of wars, pandemic, and impacts of climate change. To achieve these objectives in agriculture, Japan adopted the Green Food System Strategy in 2021. Our aim is to encourage the wide adoption of innovative technologies to help achieve a more resilient and productive food industry while achieving reductions in carbon emissions. We plan to engage in joint technical research in the Asia-Pacific region and share information on best practices through our information center to enable the analysis and dissemination of research results, including on promising technologies such as biodigesters in the production of biofertilizers. It's our view, ladies and gentlemen, that no one-size-fits-all approach can ever work for agriculture and food systems and water systems, even within a single region. However, we can all enhance food and energy and water security together if we work and share information on best practices and most optimal solutions under any given setting. Japan will continue to partner with our regional peers to help transition towards a greener future and to enhance our regional food, water, and energy security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Japan. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Philippines to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Philippines wholeheartedly supports the proposed conduct of the SDG Summit, which seeks to help us regain our momentum in achieving the SDGs and to reignite our shared commitment to the goals that we set back in 2015. Undoubtedly, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has evolved into a syndemic, tested us in ways that we could never have imagined, but it has also highlighted the importance of cooperation and partnership. At this point, we would like to share that the Agenda 2030 has proven to be invaluable in understanding the interdependencies between the 168 targets of the SDG in the economic, social, and environmental outcomes on the one hand, and on the other hand, on SDG 3.3, which is on fighting communicable diseases. We took this a step further and made full use of this network analysis of SDG targets in the formulation of the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. In fact, for the upcoming SDG Summit, we suggest for the UN DESA and the economic research community to provide more guidance into systems thinking, planning, and analysis. We also need a state-of-the-art risk and vulnerability constructs and assessment methodologies, taking off from the network model of the SDGs. And in addition to analyzing marginal effects, we actually need to take a deep dive now into interaction effects. With respect to institutional arrangements, we note that the SDGs actually emphasize development cooperation and taking international engagements and how it can be aligned to fully implement the 2030 agenda. In the case of the Philippines, we have also taken note of this, and our development cooperation partners have been very essential in complementing government efforts. During the pandemic, the UNDP has actually assisted us in crafting digital readiness strategy to bridge the digital divide in a way that also addresses the risks brought about by natural disasters and climate change. They also help support our FASTER, which is a disease modeling surveillance tool during the COVID-19 pandemic. And ODA remains also a very important part of our development financing. And in 2021, a total of 141 programs and projects supported the Philippines in achieving the 17 SDGs, with SDG 9, 1, 4, and 5 among the top SDGs being supported by ODA loans and grants. We also consistently emphasize the role of the South-South and Triangular Cooperation, or the SSTC, in implementing the SDGs. And during the pandemic, SSTC actually helped us access vaccines, medicines, and other medical supplies. And more than being a recipient, we have also provided significant assistance to other developing countries, typically in the areas of capacity building and sharing of expertise. We are also a donor to the ESCAP Multi-Donor Trust Fund for tsunami, disaster, and climate preparedness. Now, bringing it back to home, we have also localized this partnership for the goal.
May I request the distinguished delegate to conclude the statement?
Yes, sir. We have institutionalized this partnership with the creation of the SDG stakeholders chambers, which actually is with the private sector, CSOs, and NGOs. And we continually exchange experiences and information with the intent of complementing everyone's efforts. So, Excellencies, this COVID-19 knows no boundaries. And with a crisis of this magnitude and other challenges that may arise in the future, we must remember that meaningful recovery cannot be achieved in isolation, and it will require a strong collaboration, partnerships, and yes, a new set of planning and analytical techniques to help us build better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Philippines. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Republic of Korea, who will be online, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Federation of Free Workers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We indeed stand at a critical juncture in our path towards the achievement of the SDGs. Facing great uncertainty and bleak outlook due to public crisis, it is important than ever before to renew commitments to deliver on our promises for the 2030 agenda. Of a particular concern is that the Asia-Pacific region only achieved 14.4% of progress needed and is expected to miss 90% of its SDGs by 2030. There's no denying that the time that we have to meet the goals is running out. I wish to highlight the following 3 points in our efforts to put the 2030 agenda back on track. First, we must put inclusiveness, the spirit of leave no one behind, at the core of our efforts to respond to urgent needs, build resilience against future shocks, and ultimately advance SDGs. The vulnerable countries and people are the ones who are hit the hardest by crisis and who need the most time to recover from it. As such, investing in social protection, particularly for women and girls, which is believed to enable their economic and social inclusion, is of utmost importance to achieve inclusive growth. Second, we must leverage digital technologies in our effort to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how disproportionately digital divide can have a negative impact on the most vulnerable and how badly it can exacerbate inequalities across the globe. In this regard, the Korean government is committed to sharing more digital technology and data with its partners, as the President Yoon Suk-yeol announced in his speech at the last year's UNGA. Third, a strong sense of global solidarity based on multi-stakeholder partnership is not an option, but rather a necessity. The COVID-19 pandemic has proved that concerted and coordinated global action is critical and imperative in responding to global crisis. Korea, for its part, will assume more active role to tackle regional as well as global challenges based on our strategy for a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. To realize our vision to become a global pivotal state, we're pursuing contributive diplomacy through tailored development cooperation partnerships with the goal of increasing the ODA volume to reach the world's top 10 levels. Mr. Chair, a few weeks ago, many of the world leaders gathered in Doha in 12 years to galvanize political commitments and explore ways to translate them into real actions to support the implementation of 2030 agenda of the LDCs. And the SDG Summit this September and also HLPF this July will also be key moments for us to come together to pull the collective wisdom in pursuit of our common goal. I hope this year's forum will serve as a meaningful platform, bridging local and global actions through peer learning with an aim to explore ways to move forward at the midpoint of the target year of our common goal. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Federation of Free Workers to be followed by the distinguished delegate from China.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The workers and trade unions of the Asia-Pacific region urge governments to support the Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transitions as a key element of recovery in the region that would help accelerate progress in the achievement of Agenda 2030. We welcome the leading role of the International Labor Organization in this process at a time when the global labor market is broken and when more than 60% of the workforce is in the informal economy without any rights. The accelerator is critical to address a world that is facing a convergence of crises, deteriorating health, climate instability, growing inequalities, widespread unemployment and underemployment, and rights hardly recognized. That is driven by an economic system ruled by the power of corporate greed that does not benefit working people and leaves them behind. We need to change the system and shift the power towards genuine people's empowerment. As countries have sought to mitigate the health and economic effects of the crisis, revenues are falling due to lower growth in trade. Coupled with higher debt burdens, countries now face a difficult trade-off between increasing much-needed public investments to overcome the crisis, achieve a human-centered recovery, and facilitate the structural transformations and just transitions that are necessary to achieve the SDGs and beyond, and on the other hand, containing debt vulnerabilities. For trade unions, the Global Accelerator is consistent with the objectives of job creation, universal social protection, and just transitions for all. This also means that international labor standards, most especially the right to freedom of association and to bargain collectively, and social dialogue must underpin the national plans for jobs, universal social protection, skills, and community renewal. With these and global solidarity, we have a fighting chance to rebuild the region and be in a position to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. There are millions of job creation opportunities just waiting to be created in several sectors, such as care, education, infrastructure, and renewables. For every 10 jobs in renewables, you get 5 to 10 jobs in manufacturing, and you get 30 to 35 in the broader economy. There is potential for work creation in the climate transition, since every sector has to transition, even our heavy industries. We therefore call on member states to commit to the global accelerator and to speeding up progress in the achievement of the SDGs by doing the following: ensure an integrated vision of jobs and social protection strategies, emphasize the centrality of labor rights and decent work, promote policy coherence in national government policies and across the UN agencies, recognize trade unions as development partners and include them in SDGs implementation through constructive and meaningful social dialogue at the national level. And finally, look seriously at solidarity financing, including by supporting debt relief and debt cancellation, increasing ODA for social protection, and supporting the establishment of the Global Fund for Social Protection. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now invite the distinguished delegate from China to be followed by the distinguished delegate from United States.
谢谢主席先生。受疫情影响，2030年可持续发展议程落实进程受阻，粮食、能源安全出现危机，给发展中国家经济社会发展带来前所未有的挑战。风浪越大，越需要我们携手前行，建立团结、平等、均衡、普惠的发展伙伴关系，实现共同发展。我们要实现开放包容的发展，践行真正的多边主义，坚定维护以联合国为核心的国际体系和以国际法为基础的国际秩序，反对一切形式的霸权行径、保护主义和单边主义，积极构建开放型世界经济。我们要实现合作共赢的发展，将发展置于国际议程的中心位置，加快对话合作和知识分享，推动区域互联互通，弥合数字鸿沟。发达国家应为发展中国家提供资金、技术和能力建设支持，帮助其落实2030年可持续发展议程。我们要实现人与自然和谐共生的发展，从保护自然中寻找发展机遇，实现生态环境保护和经济高质量发展双赢。中方严重关切和坚决反对日本执意强推福岛核污染水排海计划，将对全球海洋环境和人类健康造成难以估量的影响。中方敦促日方正视各方合理关切，以科学、公开、透明、安全的方式处置福岛核污染水，并严格接受监督，切实保护海洋环境和太平洋沿岸各国民众健康权益。在同周边邻国等利益攸关方和有关国际机构充分协商并达成一致前，不得擅自启动核污染水排海。女士们、先生们，在发展的道路上，一个人都不能落下。中国已开启全面建设社会主义现代化国家新征程。在新的历史起点上，中方愿继续同亚太各国一道，凝心聚力，应对共同挑战。中国将坚定支持 ESCAP 的工作，通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金等平台，推动地区加速落实2030年可持续发展议程，推进亚太可持续发展的共同议程。谢谢大家。
Thank you, distinguished delegate from China. I now invite the distinguished delegate from United States to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. On behalf of the United States, I would like to once again express our strong commitment to the 2030 Agenda, which is grounded in our values of expanding economic opportunity, caring for our planet, good governance, upholding human rights, and ensuring no one is left behind. Along these lines, in this region, we are also committed to a free, open, prosperous, connected, resilient, and secure Indo-Pacific. Earlier today, I gave some examples of what the United States is doing, both domestically and internationally, especially in the Asia-Pacific, to advance the 2030 Agenda. We demonstrate our commitment to the region in terms of partnership and resources. We are equally inspired by government leaders, civil society, and private sector actors around the region for the work they are doing on all 17 of the SDGs, especially through very difficult times, including recovering from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, tackling the climate crisis, and addressing global energy and food security. As 2030 approaches, however, stock-taking events like this will be becoming increasingly more important. Last week and this morning, we heard the sobering news that the Asia-Pacific region is not on track to achieve the SDGs, missing the goals by decades. This is a tremendous challenge that will take significant effort, resources, ingenuity, and partnerships to overcome. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We therefore call on all governments, civil society organizations, international and multilateral organizations, and the private sector to work together to find innovative solutions and partnerships to accelerate towards 2030. I'd like to end by expressing our appreciation for the work of multilateral organizations like the United Nations, ASEAN, the Pacific Island Forum, and others in addressing challenges that truly transcend borders and for promoting a rules-based international order. I'd also like to remind ourselves constantly to prioritize the marginalized, vulnerable, and voiceless people working in our communities whom we serve. We know that working together, we have done in many instances in the past, we are stronger and better able to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from United States. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Ecumenical Institute for Labor Education and Research.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, this is my first time to do intervention. First of all, congratulations for this successful 10th anniversary FFSD, and thank all delegates, especially ESCAP. On behalf of IGES, I'm very grateful to be talking three areas at this critical juncture, when we prepare to move past this midway point and look towards the SDG Summit this coming September. The first area is sustainable cities and communities under SDG 11. At IGES, we are strongly committed to localization of the SDGs. We also promote localization through voluntary local reviews or VLRs since 2018. VLRs are critical vehicles for local governments to take stock of progress and deliver on the SDGs. VLRs can also be used to connect actions. At the local and national level through voluntary national reviews, VLRs, they can also make connection to key stakeholders such as business through sustainability reports or voluntary business reviews. We need practical framework. The second area involves SDG 6 and 7. In this case, we should not work on these goals separately, but integrate water and energy. This integration could be particularly useful at the local level through an approach we call regional circulating and ecological sphere, or regional CES. Regional CES can also help achieve climate and SDG synergies. That was highlighted at the third United Nations Climate and SDGs Synergy Conference last July in Tokyo, convened by UN DESA and UNFCCC, hosted by Minister of Environment Japan in partnership with United Nations University and IGES. I would like to propose, from Asia Pacific, we mainstream synergy actions. We need visible showcases. The third area involves our approach to the SDGs in a world where climate, biodiversity crisis, and even the COVID-19 pandemic tensions in Ukraine become more common. IGES would like to support governments and stakeholders to step up efforts to build sustainable society from the ground up, while at the same time strengthening global institutions. We need both horizontally and vertically integrated governance. IGES continue to contribute three areas further, using the coming important meetings such as HLPF 2023, Fourth Climate and SDGs Synergy Conference convened by UN DESA and UNFCCC, SDGs Summit, Ministerial Meeting of Summit of the Future, UNFCCC COP28 in Dubai, G7 Japan, G20 India, and others. IGS also continue to host our international forum, ISAP 2023, this coming autumn in Japan, and welcome all of you. Let's work together to mainstream synergy actions from our Asia-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the distinguished delegate from EILER to be followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. It is my privilege to speak on behalf of the women's constituency of APRSM. At the midway year of the 2030 Agenda, women and girls in Asia and the Pacific continue to grapple with the cascading effects of the climate crisis, of corporatized development which commodifies basic needs and resources, and the militaristic response to the COVID-19 pandemic, leaving more women vulnerable to violence, poverty, and shrinking civic spaces. While the richest 1% of the world more than double their wealth, 820 million people suffer from food insecurity. Among 60% of them are women and girls living amidst the biggest cost of living crisis in the 21st century. Year after year, we see drastic cuts in funding public services in favor of infrastructure, military expenses, and debt servicing, leading to severe impacts on education, health, and basic social services spending. Because women benefit the most from these services, they are disproportionately affected in the necessary conduct of unpaid care and domestic work in the household as a result of flawed development architecture. Women also spend, on average, 11 hours a day on unpaid care and domestic work, the longest in all regions. Apart from the lack of formal opportunities available to women of all diversities, 70% of the global labor force are women and girls in informal work, facing poverty wages and unsafe working conditions with little to no access to social protection mechanisms. Women-led small-scale enterprises suffered severely without sufficient government subsidies. Making up for financial loss, governments are enticed to privatize basic yet fundamental needs such as water supply and critical services of education, health, and agriculture. 1.1 billion people in Asia still live in areas with severe water distress, as universal access remains a challenge in water governance and management. This, compounded with the disproportionate impacts of the climate crisis to rural and remote areas with increased military presence, make women's access to local life-giving resources and sustainable livelihood more difficult and prone to unabated violence. Women in conflict areas are the most vulnerable to weaponized sexual violence, leading to forced migration and displacement to areas without access to public infrastructures or protective services. Therefore, on behalf of all women in all diversities in the region, we urge the member states to safeguard women and girls against exploitation and global capitalist interests. Ensure that technological advances in agriculture contribute to food production and land nourishment without depriving local and indigenous women of control over the land, resources, and territories. Engage women in policymaking at all levels in a meaningful, transparent, and inclusive manner. Dedicate sufficient support for childcare infrastructure in recognition of women and girls' global economic contribution with care and domestic work. Promote and uphold the rights of women and girls to resources for health and economic recovery, and ensure safety net provisions that will support employability, ensuring decent work for female, youth, low-skilled, and informal workers. We strongly express our concern about the shrinking civic spaces in engagement arenas, as in the case of our colleagues in South Asia during their sub-regional forum last year. To promote and push for a regulatory environment that supports all civil society actors, we must uphold inclusive and consistent.
May I kindly request the distinguished delegate to conclude?
Up, Chair. We must uphold inclusive and consistent engagement to a shared vision of sustainability, equitability, and inclusivity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving the floor again and giving me the right of reply. There were some references made by the government of China to the discharge of advanced liquid processing system ALPS treated water at the Tokyo Electric Power Company Holdings Fukushima Daiichi Nuclear Power Station into the sea. Japan is engaged in discussions based on scientific evidence in a transparent manner at appropriate fora with relevant expertise on this subject, such as the IAEA, and we are willing to continue to do so. The government of Japan will never approve the discharge of the water into the sea in a manner that endangers human health and the marine environment. Japan has been taking measures strictly abiding by relevant international law while giving due considerations to international practice and will continue to do so. The assessment of radiological environmental impacts was conducted in line with international guidelines, taking into account the effect of bioaccumulation and long-term accumulation. It shows that the impact on humans and the environment would be minimal, considering biological concentration and long-term accumulation. Since February 2022, IAEA officials and international experts, including Chinese experts, nominated by the IAEA, visited Japan and have conducted safety review and regulatory review on the ALPS treated water, and the IAEA published progress reports on each of these reviews. During the safety review mission in November 2022, there was a remark from the IAEA that the IAEA task force's findings have been reflected in Japan's revisions to the plan. The IAEA and international experts as third parties have been reviewing our efforts, and the review will continue. Japan will take measures based on this third-party review before the commencement of the discharge as appropriate, taking into account also the most recent review to be conducted prior to the discharge. The government of Japan has been explaining this matter to the international community in a highly transparent manner based on scientific evidence and will continue to do so. The fact that China has taken up this matter in a forum that works on sustainable development reflected in other goals is an indication of its interest to politicize this matter. Japan, as a responsible IAEA member, has been carrying out this process under the IAEA's rigorous review, and we continue to promise to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we've now reached the end of the time allotted for this session. I sincerely apologize any delegations who have not yet been given the floor. I invite them to submit their written statements, which will be given due considerations for inclusion in the chair's summary. Allow me to close this session and thank you all for your contributions. I see China's raising the flag, and but I'll ask you to be quick, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We would like to use the right reply to the reference of the delegate from Japan. Until now, the Fukushima nuclear accident has generated more than 1.3 million tons of contaminated water, with about 100 tons being further produced every day. That contaminated water was stored temporarily in over 1,000 storage tanks, which is expected to be discharged into the ocean over a period of 30 years. According to the research by a German marine research institution, with 57 days of the discharge of the Fukushima nuclear contaminated water, the radioactive materials will spread to most of the Pacific Ocean, and in 10 years to the waters across the world. And stakeholders such as China, Republic of Korea, Russia, DPRK, and other Japanese neighbors and Pacific Island countries have repeatedly expressed their grave concern over Japan's wrong decision, and more than 43% of people in Japan are against the ocean discharge, and over 90% believe that this move will lead to negative effects. The Pacific is ecologically fragile and heavily dependent on marine ecology for human, plant, and animal survival. Sea level rise and extreme weather caused by climate change are already posing serious threats to the ecology of Pacific Island countries. In addition, historical nuclear testing by Western countries has caused alarming radiation contamination and ecological disasters in Pacific Island countries. And the Pacific Island countries' residents are now still suffering the long-term effects of the nuclear testing. Once a large amount of nuclear contaminated water is discharged into the sea, it will lead to a serious marine ecological disaster, and the residents of island countries will have to be displaced and return to poverty, which will deal a serious blow to the economic and social development of the entire Pacific region. The Pacific Ocean is neither Japan's seabed for discharging its nuclear contaminated water, nor a dump for nuclear waste. We urge Japan to take seriously the legitimate concerns of the international community, earnestly fulfill its international obligations, conduct full consultation with its members, stakeholders, and the relevant international institutions, dispose of the nuclear contaminated water in a science-based, open, transparent, and safe manner, place itself under strict international monitoring, and take credible steps to protect the marine environment and the health rights and interests of all peoples. China has no mission to politicalizing this issue. This is an issue about the environmental protection and the marine protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now see Japan has raised the flag, but this we cannot continue doing this. We have to conclude this. Okay, yes, please. I will let Japan to briefly take the floor, and then let's call it 2 minutes, and then let us conclude this. Thank you very much, and thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. There was a statement on discharge of contaminated water, but the water to be discharged is the water whose concentrations of radioactive materials are far below the regulatory standards by diluting further ALPS-treated water that has already been purified sufficiently. Using the phrase discharge of contaminated water into the sea in this context, therefore, is not based on scientific evidence, and we urge for correction. To avoid public confusion, it's important to have a proper understanding of the terminology as well. The IAEA has also pointed out the distinction between these terms. The government of Japan will never approve the discharge of the water into the sea if the water does not meet regulatory standards, which are based on international standards. TEPCO will check all ALPS-treated water and analyze radionuclides contained in it before dilution to ensure that ALPS-treated water to be discharged after dilution meets regulatory standards. The IAEA will also conduct corroboration of the TEPCO's monitoring. The government of Japan received an open letter with 36 questions from China jointly with Russia. Japan produced a 49-page response. Japan's response was sent directly to China and also posted on the IAEA website and made available to the international community. In this response, we think that we asked questions about the efforts of China in order to learn from practices of other countries, but we have yet to receive answers to these questions. Japan will continue to respond to questions from interested countries in a highly transparent manner. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And we've gone way beyond the time allotted for us. And thank you very much for your cooperation. Allow me to close this session. And thank you all for the contributions and an excellent segment. Following this, we have launch session of the SDG Partnership Report on the topic of delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through solutions at the energy, food, and finance nexus, jointly developed by ASCAP, ADB, and UNDP. The session will be followed by a dinner reception with live music to entertain all participants. I do encourage the distinguished delegates to stay and join the launch session and the live music too. Let me now invite the Secretary to make some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. During the evening, several events will be running in parallel later. We've provided information again on the screen behind me, and it's available on the APFSD website. As indicated by the Chair, the launch of the SDG Partnership Report will be taking place in this hall here right away, so there's no need to leave. Please note that there will be no interpretation facilities for the launch of the report. I would now like to invite the distinguished speakers to the stage, and I'll be giving the floor to my colleague, Mr. Mitch C., Chief of Communications and Knowledge Management Section, who will be moderating the launch of the report. Thank you very much.
Okay.